Hey everyone, this is Shruti from Simplilearn. Welcome to this Web Analytics full course where we will learn how to identify and fix issues of web pages. We'll begin the session by first understanding what Google Analytics is. Then we will understand different concepts like how Google Analytics works, how to set up Google Analytics, and get insights of our web pages. After that, we will look into event tracking in Google Analytics and basics of Google Data Studio, along with the fundamentals and KPI of digital analytics. We will then conclude this video by discussing the opportunity, options, and benefits of web analytics. By the end of this video, I can assure you that all your web analytics related queries would have been answered. For this training with me, I have our experienced web analyst specialists Rob, Stefan, and Avinash. Together, we will take you through the various topics of web analytics. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Without any further ado, let's get started.
Welcome everyone, this is Rob Sanders with Simplilearn, and today we're going to talk about Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or another email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone, and the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website website, in this case demo.simplylearn.com, it's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important, and I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing list. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently firing now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I can just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only 1 goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you could see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, which is just right underneath real time, I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interest did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case from mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions. And since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If If I click on customization, if I click on save reports, I should be able to see my save report here, and I do. So here I can see mobile report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So save reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to, say, jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I could see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users. 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet. You can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting. Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now, there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website, once they landed on a page on your website. How did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have 2 page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and 1 unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to 1 per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions I had 22 transactions totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page. And then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window, and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal, and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. We're going to jump into Google Analytics directly and spend all of our time there because it's about learning practical application. So goals are important. Goals, let me just say this, goals are in analytics something that should be aligned with your business. And we call goals that are aligned with your business KPIs, or key performance indicators. So it's very important as a precursor that you know how to set up goals in Google Analytics, because if you're using Google Analytics, you want to measure everything against a goal. So without further ado, let's jump right into Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I log in, okay, what I want to do is go down to admin, click on admin here, and admin will take you to basically a screen that looks like this, where you have an account column, you have your property column, and then you have your view column. Now, the view column is where you're going to go to set up goals. Okay, so every view in every property has up to 20 goals. Okay, so by default in analytics, you're going to have at least one view for your property. So if I have a property, I'm going to have at least one view. But if I happen to set up multiple views like you see here, then I know for every view I set up, I have 20 goals to work with. So where are those goals? So under the view, I'm going to click on goals. And now I can see I have 20 at my disposal. Now you can see here by clicking on the recording column, I can see I have in this particular property, this particular view, I have 5 goals that are active. So you can use up to 20, but you don't have to have 20 active. Okay, you can have 1 active, 2 active. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal. Again, when you set up a goal, you're going to measure everything in analytics against that goal. Okay, so in this case, we have 5 particular goals we're measuring. So we have 5 active out of 20 total. So if I don't no longer want to use a goal, I can simply just turn it off. If I want to continue using it, just turn it on. Okay, it's that simple. You can turn on and off goals. So here I already have 5 set up. So if you want to set up a new goal, the one thing you need to know in Google Analytics is in order to set up a new goal, okay, you need to have edit access, at least the view level, I would say at the property level. So you want to make sure whoever's in charge of Google Analytics for your organization, or if you're in charge, okay, you simply just want to go to user management, and user management, you want to make sure the email address you're using to log into Google Analytics has at least edit permissions. So you're going to need edit permissions to add new goals. So I have edit permissions. I'm going to go to goals and I want to set up a new goal. But before we jump in and set up a new goal, what is it that we want to achieve? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves. What is the goal of the website? Well, if it's somebody downloading something, okay, are you measuring that download via an event? Okay, are they filling out a form submission before they download? So if they submit that form submission, is that the goal? Or do you have an e-commerce site? Is somebody purchasing something? So these are things you want to ask yourself before you actually set up the goal. What is it that I'm trying to measure? Now, when you actually do go to set up a goal, you're going to click on the red CTA button that says new goal. So analytics actually has some templates set up for you. Okay, you can see them here. Okay, if somebody's registering online or creating an account or reading review, downloading something, sharing something, you could choose all of these options here. What I normally do is choose custom. 99% of the time, I'm just going to choose custom. It doesn't really matter if you use the template or not. It's just a template is basically some free pre-filled configurations, but my recommendation is always just go with custom. You want total control over how to set up your goal. So we already have in mind what type of goal we want to set up. So for example, if somebody goes to fill out a form submission and they go to a thank you page after that, Well, what's the URL of that thank you page? We want to be able to track how many people go to that page, because we know if somebody does type in or fill in a form submission and goes to that page, we know that they filled out the form. And so, for example, if I go to continue, I'm going to name my goal first. So I'm going to say thank you page. As an example, notice analytics is assigning an ID. So notice this is goal ID 15. That means that that's the next available goal. There are 20 goals available in analytics. And so what analytics does is they group goals together. So 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 through 20 into goal sets. So for example, goal 16 through 20 is part of goal set 4. And why does Google Analytics combine these goals into different goal sets? Well, because it's easier to measure and look at data by goal sets. So for example, if I jump into any report here, if I go to all traffic channels, and I want to measure how many goals by channel, I can look at it by goal set. So if I have goal set 1 selected, then I know any goal I have active in there between goal ID 1 through goal ID 5, I'm going to be able to see those goals in goal set 1. And now I'm going to be able to measure every goal I have active in goal set 1 against the channel. So if I choose goal set 2, whatever goals are active there, goal set 3, etc. Notice I don't have any goals 16 through 20 active that are in goal set 4. Therefore, I don't have that option available to me. So back to admin, the bottom left, navigation, again, goals. Okay, we want to measure somebody going to the thank you page. We have edit access. We're going to choose custom as our goal setup. We're going to type in a goal name. I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, this is goal 15. Now, this is the important part. Google Analytics has 4 different goal types: destination, duration, pages per session, or screens per session. So screens per session is related to mobile because Google Analytics measures mobile app activity. And then you have an event. So we're going to cover all 4 of these, but for the sake of this simple example, I'm going to choose destination. Why? Because if somebody goes to that thank you page, we're going to go ahead and put in the thank you page as the goal URL. So for example, destination is my choice. I'm going to click continue. Now, this is where I'm going to put the URL. So if my URL is just simply thankyou.html, I can just go ahead and put thankyou.html. Or if it's just thank you, then I can just do thank you. Depends on the website, depends on the URI structure. So whatever that URL is, that's what you're going to put in. And when you're done, you can verify it. So what Google Analytics does is actually will verify over the last 7 days if anybody's actually gone to that particular page. So if we click verify, we can see 0% conversion rate. So that tells us that if this is the correct URL, then we've had 0% people go to that page. This is just an example. However, if you didn't see a conversion, then you might want to make sure you check the URL here that you put in. And if you do see a conversion rate, then you know it's working. So Google Analytics actually has options. So we're saying thank you is equal to. So the destination URL is equal to thank you or thankyou.html or thankyou.asp or whatever that thank you page is. Okay, you do have options. So if you have a long URL, you could say begins with, and you could say begins with, say, thank you. So this is the logic. We're going to say, hey, if anybody goes to a URL that begins with thank you, then count it as a goal. Or you could say equals to. So if anybody goes to a URL that equals to thank you, then count it as a goal. You have one more option here, regular expressions. So Google Analytics understands the language of regular expressions. So regular expressions are just special characters used to communicate with Google Analytics in order to hone in on exactly what you're trying to track. So we can always say, starts with or ends with. So we can, use characters like the $, ends with or begins with. So we can always do that. So you can use regular expressions as well if you're familiar with regular expressions. If you're not, then you don't have to use them, but there are special characters that you can insert in that are used as regular expression. So if you're not familiar with regular expression, don't choose that option. You could choose the other option of equals to or begins with. Now note that on all three of these options, I didn't put the domain. So if my domain is ama-foundation.org/ and then thank you, I don't need to put the domain because analytics already knows what domain we're tracking. So you don't have to put in the domain here when you're entering in this case, the goal URL. So you can omit the domain. So when you put in that URL, you know that you have three options to work with, and then you always want to verify that goal URL. You always want to verify it because if you see 0% conversion, and in this case over the last 7 days, then that should tell you something. Either your goal is not set up correctly or you just don't have any conversion. Either way, you want to double check that. Now, when it comes to the destination URL goal, you do have an option here for funnel. So if I turn on funnel, then that means I have the ability to track how people went through my funnel. So if I have a cart and I want to be able to track how many people go in and out of the cart, then I have the option of adding specific pages as part of the cart. So we could say, step 1, which is basically cart. We could say step 2 is billing information. That could be /billing. We could say step 3 is shipping information /shipping. And then step 4 could be, confirm. And that could be /confirmation. So whatever your URL structure is for your cart, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a cart. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in a series of steps with URLs as each step. And why do I want to do that? Because I can then track how many people go through my funnel that I've created. Okay, so here I could see this is my funnel that I've created for this particular goal. Okay, and the funnel is only available for the destination URL. So the funnel is available if you want to see traffic through the goal. Okay, and how people go through the funnel and where they drop off. Now you have an option here to make the first step required. So if you make that first step required, then that means you're measuring the funnel through the first step only. Now, if I turn that off, then I'm measuring the funnel through each step, meaning that I can measure people as they drop in and out of the funnel. Where if it's required, the first step, then I'm only measuring traffic as it enters in the top of the funnel. So you have that option available to you, the funnel. And then for all goals, you do have a value. So if somebody did actually convert, okay, Google Analytics is going to count it as a conversion. And you can assign a value. So if you're not an e-commerce website, then you may want to think about assigning value. If you are an e-commerce website, then analytics has the ability to track e-commerce revenue for your website. So you don't need to add a value. But in this case, let's just say you're a nonprofit organization and you're collecting donations. And on average, over the past year, every donation that somebody contributed was equal to $5. Well, you can just go ahead and put $5 in there as the value for that goal. So that means that if somebody did go to, in this example, /thank you and convert, analytics is going to count it as a goal and then assign $5 value alongside that goal. So if you're non-e-commerce, if you're, say, a nonprofit like this organization, or you're B2B and you want to track some value, then you have that option there. So with the destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. With all goal types, you have the option of adding a value. All goal types, and we're going to go through the rest of them, you have the option of verifying that goal. So that's the structure of setting up a goal. Destination URL is just one goal type. We're going to talk about the other 3 goal types because in Google Analytics, there are 4 goal types. Again, destination is one of them. With destination, as you do have the option with all goal types, is you have to be able to choose your logic here. So we're going to cover that with the other three, but just know when you set up a destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. Now, when you actually do set up a funnel, what's going to happen is analytics is going to measure traffic as it goes through the funnel. So where do you look for that funnel information? Well, you want to get out of admin. You want to go to the left side navigation. You want to click on conversions, then goals, then funnel visualization. So based on the funnel you set up, you're going to be able to see traffic as it goes through the funnel. So notice on this particular funnel, we don't have the first step required. Why? Because I could see traffic as it goes in and out of each step of the funnel. So let's go through this funnel and see how people react. So here I can see the first step is the storefront page. So over this particular period of time, I had 84 sessions enter the storefront page. So out of those 84, I can see 21 left the storefront page. 63 went on to the next step in the funnel, which is the cart page. I can then see 24 people went on to the cart page directly and 5 exited the site altogether. Okay, so that gave me 87 total. And from 87, I saw that 82 went on to the next page with the next step. What analytics does is they give you a percentage. So in the first step, we had 63 move on to the cart page. Out of 84, that's 75%. So from the cart page to the create your account page, we had 94% move on. So we didn't have anybody enter in the create your account page. We didn't have anybody leave the create your account page. So we have 82%, 82, create your account, and then we have 82 move on to the payment page. So that's 100%. Okay, we have 1 exit. So we have 81 that proceeded to be on the payment page, which was purchase. So 81 of 82 is 98%. And we started with 84. So that gave us, plus the 24 that we accumulated along the way, so that gave us a 75% funnel conversion rate. So 75% of the people who entered in the funnel went on to purchase. Okay, so don't be confused with the overall e-commerce conversion rate. So 75% is the funnel conversion rate. The overall conversion rate for this particular goal is 18.45% over this particular period of time. Why? Because that takes into account all sessions that have gone to the website. So 18% of all traffic went on to convert, but those that did go into the funnel, 75% converted. So that's a look at the funnel. So if you set up a funnel, that's what it's going to look like. You have the option to measure everything from step 1 and beyond, or measure as traffic goes in and out of the funnel. So the purpose of this is we're going to be able to see where traffic drops off, how effective our funnel is, what pages we need to address in that funnel. Okay, so that's the whole point of the funnel, and the funnel is available with the destination URL goal. So if I go back to admin, if I go back to goals under the view, I can actually see what that funnel looks like. So here we chose regular expression. So this is what the URL is. Okay, you can see our funnel in each of the steps we have set up. Notice we're using regular expressions here. And then if we verify this goal, we could see over the past 7 days, 19% conversion rate. So that tells me something's working in this particular, with this particular goal, because we do have a conversion rate. Okay, so that's the destination URL goals. Let's now talk about the other 3 types of goals. So the next goal type we're going to talk about is pages per session. So if you're not sure what type of goal to set up for your website, at the very least, you should try and set up either duration related goal or pages per session related goal. So let's talk about the pages per session. So basically what this goal is going to allow us to measure is, for example, if we set the goal to 3 pages per session, then we're going to be able to measure if how many people went to the site and looked at 3 pages per session. So let's take a look at that goal. So if I open up the goal, here I can see 3 pages per session is what we're naming it. So basically what we're asking analytics to do is anything greater than 2 pages, which would be 3 and beyond, count as a goal. So if anybody comes to the site, looks at more than 2 pages, 3 pages or more, then it's going to count as a goal. And so here we can verify it. So if we verify it over the last 7 days, we could see a 4.12% conversion rate. And that tells me that 4% of my traffic over the last 7 days looked at least 3 pages or more. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what number should I put in for the actual variable? So in this case, we see 2. Well, what you want to do is you want to look at, on average, let's just say year to date, you want to make sure you have statistical significance. So you want to look at a period of time. So if you go to analytics, go to audience, okay, and then if you go to overview, and if I change my date range to year to date, I could see on average right now, I have 1.21 pages per session. So that's on average. So we don't want to make our goal 1 page. We don't want to make our goal 2 pages. We want to make it 3. So we want to be able to basically measure at a higher rate. Okay, why do we want to measure at a higher rate? Because if 1.21 is the average, then 2 pages per session really isn't moving the needle. So what we really want to do is get people to stay on the site longer, look at pages more during their session. So look at more pages. And so we want to be able to see what segment of the audience is looking at more pages, what channel's driving traffic that's looking at more pages, what pages are contributing to more pages per session. So the whole idea is you want to hone in on what your goal is and see what's working and then see what's not working so you can make adjustments. The whole idea behind Google Analytics is to improve website performance. And so if our average is 1.2, then if we change it to just 2, it may not be good enough. So in this case, we want to up the bar a little bit. So we're going to choose 3. Now you can choose 4 or 5. That's perfectly fine. Just know if your average is 1.2, I wouldn't choose 1 page per session as my goal. And I probably wouldn't choose 2. So I'd set the bar a little bit higher. Now, the third goal type available in Google Analytics is also engagement related, and that's duration. So just like pages per session, we can measure how long somebody stays on the website, and we could set up a goal for that. So in this case, I have a goal set for 1 minute 30 seconds. So my goal type is duration. So if I click continue, then basically I'm asking analytics, in this case, anybody who stays more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on the website, count it as a goal. And so before you actually put in the number of hours, minutes, and seconds, you want to look at that average. So if you go back to audience overview, here I can see 1 minute and 7. So do we want 1 minute and 30? Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can go with 2 minutes. So again, the whole point is you want to set the bar a little bit higher than what the average is. And so here I can see over the last 7 days, if I verify this particular goal, I can see 8% of my traffic over the last 7 days stayed on the site at least 1 minute and 31 seconds. Okay, they stayed greater than 1 minute and 30. And so the whole point is you can hone in because this is a goal. I can go in, this is goal, okay, this is a goal here. And so I could see that this is goal 13. So now I can go to acquisition as an example. I can go to channels as an example. Since this is a goal, this is goal 13. So that would be in goal set 3. So I can actually see what channel is basically driving that goal. Okay, in other words, what channel is driving traffic that is staying on the site at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so that's the whole idea behind goals. So likewise for pages per session, we can go into channels. And here I can see we've have over this period of time, year to date, pages per session, we have 3% conversion rate. And here I could see For example, organic search has a 13% conversion rate. Here I could see social media has a 10%. So I could see that people coming from organic search are staying on the site longer, or they're looking at more pages than any other channel. So just like duration or destination or any goal you set up, you can measure that goal against any dimension. Just because it's engagement doesn't mean you can't. You absolutely can. And so the whole point of engagement related goals is to figure out what's driving traffic to the site, but what traffic is engaging. So you want to be able to pinpoint that so you can improve website performance. Now, the fourth goal type available in Google Analytics is an event. So if you click on New Goal, you choose Custom, click Continue, you have the option to choose an event. So an event is something that you can measure on your website that analytics can't measure by default. So if you want to measure PDF downloads or clicks on buttons or clicks on play buttons on a video, or click on a submit button, or click on an external link. I mean, you can measure pretty much anything with an event. Then you want to be able to turn that event into a goal. So let's quickly summarize what an event is. So again, we want to be able to measure a particular event that happens on the website. So in order to do so, we need to identify that event. So if I go to, for example, this particular website here, and I want to measure how many times somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. Well, if I can measure that as an event. So when you set up an event in analytics, you have to actually assign a category and an action for that event. So that's the first thing you need to do when you identify an event-related goal. First, you need to set up the event. And in order to set up the event, you need to assign a category and action. Okay, so once you identify what you want to track as an event on your website, you're actually going to go in a tag manager or have your webmaster go in a tag manager and set up a tag. And in that tag, they're going to assign that particular category and action. And so here you can see we have this set up. Our category is named Donate Now, and our action is Click. And that's what we want to do. We want to measure how many people click on that Donate Now button. So anytime somebody does that, then the category Donate Now is going to appear in analytics with the action Click. So when you actually do set up an event, you can go into analytics and you could test that event. So if I go to the website and I click Donate Now, okay, the reason why I have this as an event is because I'm taking to a third-party website to handle the donations. So here I can go into analytics and now I can see a category is being fired for header donate with the action Click. So that's my category and that's my action. So that category and action is what is firing after somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. So if I want to turn this event into a goal, I can easily do that. Now that I've set up the event, now that I've identified the category and action, I want to go back to admin and set up the event with these parameters in place. So it just turns out we already have the goal set up. So let's go through how this goal was set up. So first, we chose custom, we chose event, we gave it a name. So as a best practice, when you actually set up a goal as an event, or turn an event into a goal, I would add the prefix event : to it. And then that way, when you're identifying goals in your reporting, you know it's an event. So I'm going to click continue. And now that I actually have set up the event already in Google Tag Manager, I've given it a category, I've given it an action. Okay, see here you can see we have a regular expression set up. So anything with the header donate or donate is going to fire this goal. So over the last 7 days, I have a 0.81% conversion rate. Okay, I could have easily put in equals to and put in whatever the action or the category, which is Donate Now, or I could have put action equals Click. I could have done that as well. So let me show you another example here. So if I do this, custom, continue, events, donate now. Here's my goal ID. It's going to be an event. So all I need to do is put in the category and action. So donate now and then click. So that's all I have to do. And that's my goal. So I can verify it, okay, to see if anybody's fired it. And basically that's what I need to do to turn that event into a goal. Okay, so you need to set up for an event. First, you need to identify the event, set it up in Google Tag Manager, which is another platform. And once you've done that, then you have your category in action. Once you have your category in action, you're again going to go into analytics and then simply put in that category in action into the appropriate fields to set up your event related goal. Now, all events don't have to be turned into a goal. If you actually do set up an event and you're just not worthy of a goal, meaning it's not a KPI or doesn't align with your business goals, well, don't fret. You can always just go to behavior. Okay, you can always go to events. You can always go to overview and measure your events that way. So here you can see all of our events that are fired. Now we do have this one turned into a goal. So if it's important for our business, then we want to make sure we convert that particular event into a goal. Okay, if it's not important, for example, somebody's just clicking on a social button, then you don't necessarily have to turn that event into a goal if you don't want to. Know that it's sitting here under events, under behavior. So the point I'm trying to make here, if it's important to your business and you're already tracking it as an event via Google Tag Manager, then feel free to turn it into a goal. All you need is that category. All you need is that action. And so one final note on that event related goal, just like any other goal, you can add a value. Okay, so if I have an event set up, I can choose to add a value here. Or in Google Tag Manager, if I've assigned a value to that event, so if I go back to the actual event in Google Tag Manager, you can see I have a value set up for $1. Then I could just go into analytics and say, you know what? I already have the value added. So go ahead and use the value added in Google Tag Manager. Okay, so I'm going to choose yes. Now if I choose no, I have the option to add the value here, just like I would with any other goal. So just keep that in mind. You can add a value to any goal type. With an event related goal, you can add the value right into the tag in Google Tag Manager, just as I've done here. So remember, when you actually set up your goals, whether it's a destination, pages per session, duration, or an event, you can just go ahead and choose that goal set that it's in and measure any dimension against that particular goal. So here I can see e-newsletter signups by channel. I can go into another goal set. Here I can see contact form submissions. Okay, I can see what particular channels driving contact form submissions. Okay, so just know that you can align a goal against any dimension. So if you have e-commerce, you don't have to set up a goal for that. That's separate. But if you want to take a look at your goals in analytics on its own, you can just go to Conversions, Goals, Overview. Here, I can actually get a good sense of how my goals are performing over a period of time. So again, if I choose, for example, year to date, now I can see based on the goals I've set up, how many total goal completions, value, which takes into account the value we've added into these goals, okay, the total conversion rate. And here I can see it broken down by the goal I actually have set up. And I can see it by page, or I could see it by source and medium. So I could see Google Organic is driving the most goal completions, then Google CPC, Direct, and then I could see some others in here as well, contributing to goals. Now, I do want to point your attention to another report in Google Analytics that does take into account goals, and that's multi-channel funneling. So again, under conversion goals, multi-channel funnels, if I go to assisted conversions, I can actually see what channel in this example is assisting with the conversions I've set up. And so what do we mean by assisted conversions? Well, that means that if a channel let's just say organic search drove traffic to the website. And that traffic didn't convert when it arrived at the website and left. But it came back a week later via another channel, let's just say email. And when they came back via email, they did convert during that session. Well, what analytics does is they give an assist to organic search because they help drive the traffic to the website. So it's similar to the game of basketball. If I have the ball and I pass it to my colleague and my colleague's the one who scores because they had the ball last, well, they get the credit for the point, i.e. the conversion, but I get an assist. And so analytics works the same way. They're always going to give credit to the last click or direct conversion, but they will give credits to the channel in this case that assisted with the conversion. So that's under assisted conversion, and that's based on the goals you have set up. You can highlight any particular goal here. If I want to hone in on, say, the donate clicks only, then I'm going to be able to see what contributed to that particular goal. So there's another report in here, top conversion paths, that I think is important. So after you set up your goals, you can actually see what channels in this particular example help to drive conversions. Again, this is year to date. So I can see all the different combinations of channels that work together to contribute to a conversion. So again, I can choose a specific goal or I can choose all my goals. So those two reports are under multi-channel funneling. There's also another report that I think is good, and that's time lag, meaning how long did it actually take somebody to convert. So here you can see most of our conversions, 265 year to date, happened on the day somebody arrived on the website. But I could see I did get some conversions a day later, 2 days later, etc. So you have time lag, top conversion paths, assisted conversions. They're all under multi-channel funneling, and they're all available after you set up at least one goal. And so if you're not sure what goal to set up, okay, don't fret. You can always at least set up an engagement-related goal. So that's available to you, duration, pages per session. You also have destination and event tracking. And they're all available to you. You have 20 available per view. Now, if you're not quite sure exactly what type of goal to set up, there is an option available in analytics, and that's the gallery. So you can always import a goal from the gallery. So in other words, we could take a look at what other people have set up in terms of goals. So you just have to click on the button import from gallery, and it'll take you to the gallery, and you'll be able to see what other goals others have set up. Today we're going to talk about how to set up event tracking in Google Analytics. So welcome, and let's get started. So many of you out there have a website similar to the one I'm looking at now. This is a nonprofit that I work with, AMA Foundation, and like this website and probably like your website, you probably have some interactivity on there that needs to be tracked. For example, buttons. If you have buttons like this one that says donate or newsletter sign up, or there's a PDF download or a video that needs to be, tracked based on the amount of people who click on the play button. So, all sorts of activity on a website. Have you ever wondered how to track that? Well, there is a way to track that because by default, Google Analytics can't track interactivity and engagement on your website like you probably want to have your website tracked. So if you have buttons and videos and things of that nature that you want to have tracked, well, you're going to need event tracking. And if you're in analytics and you're always wandering around the data and you happen to find yourself under events, well, if you want events on your website and you want data to populate under behavior top events, you're going to need to set up event tracking. So event tracking is a two-part process, and we're going to talk about that two-part process. The first part of that is to identify what you want to track. Okay, so if we go back to our example website here, AMA Foundation, again, we noted there's a lot to track here. We got a donate now button, we got a newsletter sign up, we have some social icons, Okay, we got a donate now button here. We got a play button here. We got all sorts of interactivity. We got a button here that says, purchase tickets for an upcoming event. I can go throughout the website and find different buttons and things to track. Let me just say this. There's no shortage of what you can track on your website with event tracking. So event tracking is just basically, in layman's terms, tracking engagement on your site. Because Google Analytics by default is only going to track page view data, meaning how somebody got to your website, what page they looked at, how long they stayed on that page, what page they left from. More or less, their timing, how long somebody stays on the website, and what pages they look at. So there's more to a website than just how long somebody stayed on a page. And so in this example, we want to be able to track everything here, not just the donate now button, but everything, because once you get the hang of event tracking, then it's very easy to set up. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Okay, so there's a lot we want to track. We're just going to use one example to start off with, and that's going to be this donate now button. Okay, so this donate now button we want to track. Now we have a newsletter sign up, we have Facebook, and that's fine. You could track all that, but for the sake of going through a step-by-step process today, let's just focus on the donate now button. Let's focus on the donate now button, then we'll come back and start tracking these other things. But this is what we want to track to start out with. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Now, when it comes to tracking events on a website, you want to identify those events. So we did that by choosing this donate now button. Now, once we identify what we want to track, we need to assign 2 parameters for that event. So with event tracking, you have 3 parameters, but one is actually optional. So you have 2 mandatory parameters that you have to assign to everything you want to track on your website. And that's the category and then the action. So event label is the 3rd parameter, but again, that's optional. Okay, so basically, when we identify an event on our website, we want to assign it a category and an action. Okay, so why do we want to assign it a category and an action? Because when we are in analytics, under behavior, under events, top events, we could see we have different categories here. And we have different actions, we have different labels. So if I click on any one of these dimensions, I'm going to be able to see some of the parameters I've entered in for previous events I'm tracking. Okay, so the whole idea is you want to be able to group different events together into a category and assign an action and assign a label to it. That's really what you're doing. You're just grouping and identifying the events you're trying to track. And so in this case, I have this donate now button sitting in the header. Okay, in fact, I have a lot of things sitting in the header. So if I wanted to, and I want to track all these buttons, I can create a category called header. And then if I track all these buttons can sit in that same category if I wanted to. Or I can create a separate category for each of these buttons. It's up to you how you organize your categories, because basically all you're doing is giving a name to what you're trying to track. And the name is equivalent to a category. So in this case, the donate now button is very important. I'm just going to call it category header donate. Now, I need to give an action to each category. And so in this case, I'm just going to say click, because that's what the action is doing. It's somebody's taking the action of clicking. Now, if it's a video and it's a play button, I can assign an action of play. It's up to you whatever you name these parameters. You just need to be organized and methodical about what you name it. That's all. And so in this case, header donate and then click. Okay, and so that's our category in action. And so that's really step 2. So step 1, identify what you want to track. Step 2, assign a category, action, and or label. But remember, label is optional. So if I go back in analytics here, I could see some categories. And if I click on action, I could see some actions that I've named. Now, step 3. So we've identified in step 1 what we want to track. We've assigned a category and action. So step 3 is going into Google Tag Manager to set up the event. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, then you can easily just do a Google search for Google Tag Manager, and basically you'll have all sorts of information on it. There's a good video overview of Tag Manager here that you can watch. So Tag Manager basically is what we want to use to set up event tracking. Now, Tag Manager is used for a lot of different things, but the main thing we're doing here is setting up an event for our website. And so I'm logged in to the same email address I'm using for analytics. Okay, so now I'm in Tag Manager and I want to set up my event for this Donate Now button. So what do I need to do? Well, for every event I want to set up, I need to set up a tag. Okay, so if I go to tags, I can see I already have some tags set up, and some of these are events. And so when you actually set up a tag, I recommend having a naming convention. So here you can see any event we set up, we start out by calling it GA-event- whatever it is we're trying to set up. And so in this case, we want to set up a new tag for the Donate Now button on our website. So we're in Google Tag Manager because Tag Manager is what's going to fire that event. So if I click on New, okay, and I click on Tag Configuration, I'm going to choose Google Analytics. And then I'm going to choose Event as my track type. So we want the data to show up in Google Analytics, and we're tracking an event. We're not tracking a page view, we're tracking an event. And so now, remember in step 2, you identified what you want to call that category, you identify what you want to call that action, and you have some optional parameters like label. So first things first, header donates, the name of our category, and our action is click. And if you want to add in a label and a value, so if you want to assign a value, you can. If you want to add in a label, you can. Okay, those are optional. So you just need to focus on category and action. And then the last setting here that's probably worth mentioning is a non-interaction hit. Okay, so this is automatically set to false. And why is it set to false? Because it's a non-interaction. No, that's false. We want this event, if somebody clicks on the header donate, to be an interaction. So for example, if I land on this page here and I click on that Donate Now button that I'm tracking as an event, and I actually leave the site, because I have my settings set to false, I want that click to be an interaction, then analytics is not going to count a bounce. If I change it to true, so from false to true, then that means it is going to be a non-interaction if somebody lands on the page and if somebody clicks on the button. So I don't want it to be a bounce. I want it to be an interaction. So my advice is leave it set to false. We're going to choose Google Analytics as our setting here. This is our variable for Google Analytics. So in other words, that variable is set to our analytics property ID. And more or less, that's what you need to do to set up the tag, okay? You need to, in step 2, identify the category and action, and or label, and or value. Now, value can be anything you want. You're assigning a numerical value, so if you just assign 1, anytime that event fires in analytics, it's going to have a value of 1. Okay, and so we have our non-interaction set to false. So anytime the event fires, it's going to count as an interaction and therefore not count as a bounce if somebody landed on that page. So that's more or less all you need to do to set up the tag in Google Tag Manager. Now, if somebody else is setting up the tag for you, then again, you want to revert to step 2. You want to be able to give that person the appropriate category, action, and or label, and or value. Why? Because you're the one that's going to be going into Google Analytics, and you're the one that's going to have to go to behavior, events, top events, and look for the particular category and action and or label. So you need to be able to communicate that information to whomever is setting up the tag. Now, if it's you, great. You already know what it is because you're entering that information into Tag Manager. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and choose a variable for my label parameter. And why do I want to do that? Because in Tag Manager, I have something at my disposal called variables. And variables allow you to see specifically things that are being tracked. So in this case, I chose page path. Okay, so page path is a URL. And why did I choose page path as my variable for the parameter label? Because if somebody does click on the header donate button, and the header donate button on our website is on every page. So if I go to the children's page, I'm still going to see that header donate button. And so for me, I want to be able to see what page somebody clicked on that header donate button. And so this allows me to actually see in Google Analytics what page somebody clicked on the header donate now button. And so now if I go back to GTM, Google Tag Manager, I have a category, I have an action, and I have a label, which is a variable. Okay, so note that in Google Tag Manager, you have a lot of different variables at your disposal. And variables are there to help you identify specifically what is being tracked. So take a look at all the variables at your disposal in Tag Manager. In this example, I'm using page path. So now, once you set up your tag, pretty straightforward. Again, tag types, Google Analytics. Track type is event. You are assigning the category, action, and/or label, and/or value. You're changing or leaving the default in place for non-interaction hit. And then you're choosing the variable for Google Analytics, which is your property ID. So once you've done that, you have a tag. The second part of setting up a tag is to assign a trigger to that tag. So Tag Manager needs to be able to know when to fire that event. And so here I'm going to look at a trigger I've already set up for this particular event. And so if I click on it, I'll be able to see that what it is a click on some links, not all links, but some links. I'm actually saying, hey, Google Tag Manager, fire this event when the click ID equals header donate button. Now, it just so happens that if somebody did click on this donate now button, they're going to go to another website. In this case, networkforgood.com. So in Tag Manager, I could have set the trigger to equal URL equal, instead of click ID, I could have said URL equal networkforgood.com. So that could have been my logic for my trigger. In this case, I decided to go with the click ID. And so in this case, that button has an ID associated with it called header donate button. So if you wanted to use click ID for your event, for your button, you could simply just go to the website. You can right click on that button and click inspect element. And so when I actually inspect the element, I can see now the button here. You can see it's highlighted in the upper pane, and in the lower pane, I can see where it's linking to. It's linking to networkforgood.com. But here you can see if I hone in a little, I could see ID equals header-donate-button. So that's the click ID. Notice there's also a class. I could have set the trigger to equal this class. Or again, I could have set the trigger to equal the URL or the page that this button is pointing to. I could have chosen any one of those, but I decided to go with the ID. So this is the ID I chose, and that's the ID I have in my trigger. Okay, so that is what's going to fire that event. So if somebody clicks on a button that equals header-donate-button, it's going to fire that event, which is going to equal category, header donate, action click, and then the label is going to be page path. So now that we've set up our event, we want to test to see if it actually works. So there's two ways to go about testing an event. And the first way is through Google Analytics. So if we go to Google Analytics and then we go to real time, okay, we can go to events, and here you can see one is already fired. So let's go ahead and go to and test this and go to the website. So if I go here, for example, and I click on Amagar alumni. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see I'm under our family. And if I click on that button, then go back to analytics and look at real time, I should be able to see this event fire. So if I click on it, I'm going to go to Network for Good. Now if I go back to analytics, here in real time, under events, per second, I can see that event firing. Category equals header donate. The action equals click. Now if I click on the category, here I can see the label. the label, remember, was page path. And here you could see this event fired on the Our Family page, which was the page I was just on. So that's one way to test to see if your event works. And in this case, analytics recognized the event, so it works, it fired, and so therefore it's going to show up under behavior, under events. You can go under overview or top events. Okay, and what am I going to look for? In this case, I'm going to look for header donate. Okay, if I click on header donate as my category, I'm going to be able to see my action. And if I click on action, I'll be able to see my label. In this case, homepage. And then later on, when the data propagates in analytics, I'll be able to see under label the page that I clicked on that header donate button, which is /our-family. Okay, the second way in which you can test to see if an event fires is if you preview. So if I click on preview in Tag Manager, okay, I'm going to go into preview mode. Okay, and preview mode allows you to see in analytics, in Tag Manager, and on the website what tags are firing. So here I could see I'm in preview mode now. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to refresh. And in my browser, same browser I'm using for Tag Manager, I can see the tags that are being fired on this page already. Okay, because I'm in preview mode. So here I could see remarketing, I could see page views, I could see Google Optimize, I could see some tags that are already firing on this page. Now, if I click on this button here by holding down my Shift command and then click on that button, I'll be able to see that the tag fired in preview mode. There's my event, header donate, and I could see it fired. So now I can see it fired in the preview mode. So in addition to Google Analytics, in preview mode, I could see that that tag is fired and I know that it's working. So there you have it. You have two ways to test to see if the event fires. Again, you have real time and analytics. Okay, so in real time, if you just go up to real time, all you need to do is go down to events, go to your website, click on the button. If you see it firing in real time, then you know it works. The second version or second way to test your event is through the preview mode. Okay, if you see it firing in preview mode, then you know it's also working. Okay, so let's rehash our steps. First step is we want to be able to identify what we want to track. Okay, so it could be this newsletter sign up, it could be click on a Facebook, it could be anything we want to be able to track. An image, a click on a CTA button, whatever we want to track, identify it. Second step, identify the category, action, and label, because that's what's going to show up in Google Analytics. Remember, label is optional, value is optional. Third step, go into Tag Manager, actually set up your tag and your trigger. So if you set up a tag and it's an event, name it GA-event. So that way you can see in your list of tags in Tag Manager what event tracking you have already set up. So when you set up your tag, you set up your trigger. Your trigger is based on logic. That can be a URL, it can be a click ID, it can be a class ID, whatever you want to use to fire that event. And then once you do that, you want to test it. You could test it in GTM or you could test it in Google Analytics. If it doesn't fire, you want to tweak your trigger. If it does fire, then great. And then one thing I would recommend is if you're setting up various events for your website, as a best practice, what I would recommend is set up a spreadsheet. And in that spreadsheet, you want to put a note. What's firing? What are you doing to fire? It could be, in this case, when somebody clicks on the Donate Now button in the header. You want to put the tag name in here, the type. Okay, then you want to record your category, action, and label. And then the great thing about events is you could turn those events into goals. And that's as simple as going back into analytics. Okay, so if I go in analytics and I go to admin and I go to goals, if you set up a new goal, okay, all you need to do is choose custom, click continue. You're going to choose event as your goal name. And then from a naming perspective in Google Analytics for your goal, I would definitely put event first and then click on header donate. Okay, so if I click now continue, What is my category? It's equal to header donate. My action is click. And so I can verify to see if this is working. And here I can see in analytics that the goal would have a 0.22% conversion rate. So that tells me that the goal is working, and I can turn this event into a goal. And when you turn something into a goal in analytics, then you can measure it across all dimensions. That's what I would recommend if the event is equal to a KPI or business goal, or it's of importance. It's something you really want to measure. Okay, if it's just a click, say on a Facebook button, I wouldn't recommend setting that up as a goal. Okay, so once you've set up your event, you recorded it in your spreadsheet, it's firing, you want to be able to then go back into behavior, back into events. Okay, you can go to top events. Okay, so top events tell you by category as a default what events are firing or what category is firing the most. Okay, so if I choose my date range, here I can just go to year to date. So here I can see my header donate button, fortunately for me, has the most total events. Now notice in analytics, you'll also see unique events. And so the difference between unique events and total events is that unique events are equivalent to one per session, where total events means that somebody can come to your website, initiate a session, and click on that button multiple times in the same session. So if I go to the Alma Foundation website, okay, I can click on that Donate Now button 3 or 4 or 5 different times in the same session. So what analytics is going to do is actually, in that session, count it once, but accumulate the number of clicks as a total event for that session. So you're always going to have more total events than unique events, because in some cases, users may click on the button more than once in the same session. And so here I can see total events, unique events, and if I added a value to that event, I should be able to see it here. So if I added $1 as an example to this particular event, because it had 164 unique events, I should be able to see 164 as my value. But since I see 0, that means that I did not assign value. And so average value basically is just giving me how much average I have per event. So it's taking into account the number of, or the value, the total value divided by the total number of unique page views or sessions. And so because I don't have value, I'm not going to have average value. But here you could see, because value is optional, here I can at least see how many events or how many clicks I receive for a particular button. Again, it could be a video. If I clicked on this video as an example, I can see how many people actually started it. I can see the unique and the total events. And if I click on label, if I have a label assigned, then I'll be able to see what page triggered that event. So if we go back again to our header donate button, back to category, if we click on label as our primary dimension, here we can see the home page had the most unique events, then followed by the children's page, the contact form, etc. So what you can do in analytics, you can also look at the pages that have driven events. So here I could see the home page has accumulated the most total events, followed by the contact us. So that's how you would look at the data in Google Analytics. Under behavior, under events, and then under top events or overview is where you can start analyzing your event tracking. So first you need to do, identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze the data. Data Studio. So buckle up and let's get going with some Data Studio from Google. And so the first thing you'll need is a Google account. Okay, so if you have a Google account, if you're able to get into analytics or Google Ads, then you should be able to use that same email address to get into Data Studio. And all you really have to do is just go to datastudio.google.com, or you could just Google Data Studio and get the link. But if you're using your same email address, you should be able to get into Data Studio. And when you're in Data Studio, you'll be able to see some templates at the top that you can work with when you're setting up a report, or you'll be able to see some existing reports that you have either set up or somebody has shared with you. Okay, so here, if you just click on shared with me, I'll be able to see all the different reports that have been shared with me in the past. Okay, so here, if I click on recent, I can see all the reports that I've recently opened. So let's just take a sneak peek at one of those reports. So if I open up a report that I actually created, then what I'm going to be able to do is look at some data over a period of time, just like I would if I was in Google Analytics. Okay, so the great thing about Data Studio here is that it works just like any Google Drive document, whether it be a Google Sheet, a Google Doc, or a Google Slide. Okay, you could share the document with anybody you choose to, anybody with a Google account. Okay, or if you just want to share a link, okay, you could just click on Can View or Edit, copy the link, and then you can message that person or email that link to whomever you want to see this report. Okay, if you want to invite somebody to edit it or just view it, you can certainly just type in their name or email address. So that's the great thing right off the bat with Data Studio, is it's shareable. So if multiple people have edit access to the same report, then multiple people can go ahead and edit that report even at the same time. So that's the great thing about Data Studio. We're going to cover a lot of different benefits to Data Studio. I definitely like using Data Studio over analytics. And since we're talking about comparing the two, this, in my opinion, replaces, if I go to analytics and I go to, say, customization and I go to dashboards, this replaces the old dashboard reports. And if you see here at the top, Google's even persuading you to move over to Data Studio, because dashboards and custom reports are very limited in nature, whereas Data Studio, not limited at all. Okay, you basically are creating reports that suit your needs. So just continuing on with some of the top level benefits to Data Studio is, if we like a report we see, we can easily just make a copy of it. So all I have to do is click on that copy, and I'm just going to copy over everything over. So I'm going to copy the data sources, or I can change the data source. And basically what we mean by data source is, where is Google pulling the data from? Now keep in mind, and I'll go over this more specifically, with Data Studio you can pull pretty much data sources from anywhere and any source, whether that be a spreadsheet, a database, another Google product, another platform like Facebook. You could certainly pull it from analytics, so you could pull data from any data source. So if you go ahead and make a copy, you just have to make sure you know what data source you're pulling the data from. Because basically all this is a report with dimensions and metrics, and those metrics are data points associated with that dimension. So we could certainly refresh data. Okay, again, we can get the report link just by clicking on the report link and copying it. It's a bit of a shortener here. I can go ahead and schedule an email delivery. So if I want to go ahead and have this report sent to somebody, I can certainly do that here. And I can have it sent to them either daily, weekly, or monthly. And then you can also download the report. So if you download the report, okay, I can choose all pages or select specific pages. So in this report, I have 2 pages set up. Now in Data Studio, you can have as many pages as you want. Okay, so here I can choose just 1 page. Okay, some additional options. I can add a link back to the report. I can password protect the report. Okay, I can ignore the custom background color if I wanted to. I'm just going to go ahead and download that, and I'm going to download it in PDF. And so when it downloads, I'm going to be able to then, view this report or send it off in PDF format. And so those are some of just the top level features that you have available to you in Data Studio. Now, let's take a step back. Okay, this is if you're just viewing the report and you want to share it or download it or send a link to somebody. What if you actually want to create one? So that's what I'm going to walk through here. I'm going to go ahead and create one. Now remember, we can just go ahead and copy this. If we like it, we can copy it. We could certainly choose different sources of data. So I'm going to go ahead and just play around and choose different sources of data. I don't know exactly what those sources are, but I'm going to go ahead and choose them anyway. Then I'm going to go ahead and copy that report. So I copied it, and basically what it's going to give me is a duplicate of that report, except the data is going to be different because I'm choosing different data sources. Okay, so now here we can see the report, and it's going to load up, and it's going to load up with different data sources. Now, if I don't see any data, that means the data sources I chose don't have any data that align with those specific metrics and dimensions. And that's exactly what I see here. So what I'm going to have to do is go ahead and choose different data source. So let me select a different data source here. I'm going to go ahead and choose that one. Or I can go ahead and create a new data source. So let me just do that. So I'm going to click Create New Data Source. And now, if I don't want to use one that I've used in the past, I can go ahead and choose from all these different data sources available to me. So there's no limit on what we can connect. So you see BigQuery, SQL. Okay, you could see data from Google's marketing platform, Display and Video 360, Google Analytics, Google Sheets, Google Search Console. Okay, keep scrolling down. Basically what Data Studio does is partner with third-party products like Supermetrics, for example. So that Supermetrics is the intermediary program that pulls in, for example, Facebook ads or Google My Business. Pulls it into Data Studio for you. Here you can see Adobe Analytics. Okay, you have all sorts of connectors that you can connect to. So I could choose any one of these to connect it. Now, if I choose one, let's say Supermetrics, I'm going to need that Supermetrics account. Now, if you choose any one of these direct Google connectors, like I'm going to choose Google Analytics, then you don't need a third-party intermediary like Supermetrics. You can go ahead and based on the login that you have set up or that you're using to log into Data Studio, you're going to be able to see all the other Google Analytics accounts you have access to. So I'm just going to go ahead and choose an account here. I'm going to choose a property and I'm going to choose my view. Then I'm going to click Connect. Okay, so that's how you basically will connect a new data source. Now, when you actually connect that data source, what's going to happen is Data Studio is going to give you the option. And it's going to give you an option to make changes to all the dimensions available. Dimensions are in green. And if I keep scrolling down, I can have the opportunity to change any of the metrics in blue, and I can change it to the type of metric I'm getting, whether it be just a numeric or currency or percent, okay, or I can change it to aggregate, auto, I can change it, the description of it, okay, that's making changes to something. I can even just delete it or remove it. Or I can go ahead and add my own metric or dimension. Okay, just by clicking on add in a field. And so here I'm going to go ahead and choose some available fields or put in my own formula. So this is kind of that first step when you create your source, or your second step, if you will. Your first is actually choosing the source. In this case, we chose Google Analytics. The second step is having the opportunity to change out or edit or add dimensions and metrics. Now, if you're a novice or beginner to Data Studio, then I would say let's skip this step. If you're not comfortable editing or adding dimensions and metrics, then go ahead and just skip it and click on this blue call to action, add to report. Okay, so I'm going to add it to the report, and now that it's been added. Now, I'm still seeing no data. Why am I seeing no data? So if you copy a report, you don't see any data, chances are it probably has a filter because I copied it. And here you can see I have a filter. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove the filter, and voila, I see data. So that's something you need to be aware of when you actually copy over an existing report. You have to choose the data source, but keep in mind when you copy over an existing report, you're also copying over filters and segments. So if you're familiar with Google Analytics, you know that in Google Analytics, if I go back into Analytics here, and let's just say I go to acquisition, and I go to all traffic, and I go to channels, what do I have the opportunity to do in these standard reports? Well, I have an opportunity to add a segment, I also have an opportunity to add a table filter. You could do the same thing in Data Studio, okay? Because I copied the report, basically I copied over all of those filters, table filters, and segments that go along with it. And so you just need to be cognizant of that as you're building out this report. Now, that's if I copied it. So you can see I copied it and everything else that goes along with it. The color scheme, the logo, etc. Now, this is if you're not familiar with Data Studio, it's good to copy a report, play around with it, etc. That's probably what I would recommend. So again, if you're not familiar with Data Studio, you want to get comfortable, then go ahead and even choose one of the templates if you don't have access to an existing report. So let's go ahead and just choose, I'm going to say one of these templates that Data Studio has provided. Okay, you can see, looks pretty good. Layout looks pretty clean. I got all my important metrics in here. What's going to happen is if I want to use it, I'm going to click Use Template. Now, same thing that occurred when I copied a previous report, I'm going to have to choose a data source. So I don't want to choose Google Analytics sampling of data or sample set of data. I want to choose some actual data. So I'm going to have to go in and choose an existing. I can choose an existing data source here, or I can connect to a new data source. Okay, so let's go ahead and just choose one of these data sources I already have access to, and I'm going to go ahead and copy this template. So it works in the same way as if I copied an existing report. I'm just copying a template. Okay, so here you can see I'm copying the template now. Okay, the only thing that's missing here is the ability for me to edit the dimensions and metrics. So if anytime you add a new data source, you're always going to be prompted to have the ability to edit dimensions and metrics. If you don't, if you're not comfortable with that, then just go ahead and add the data source, just like I've done here. And so now I could see basically the same report. I could just see it's just pulling in data from a different data source. That's all. Now I'm in edit mode. Okay, so if I want to view the report just as anybody else would view it, if you gave them a link to view it, I'm going to click on this view button here. And so now I can see I have some drop downs here. And so this drop down is basically allowing me to choose my own analytics account if I wanted to. So I can go ahead and just choose any one of these if I wanted to change the data. Here I get another pull down, and this is my date range selector. So I can change the date range if I wanted to. So if I change the date range, then the date is going to change. Now, if I want to edit anything here in this report, I'm going to have to go back and click on the edit mode. So just click on the edit button there. And now I'm going to be able to go in and edit this existing template. Now I've already established a data source, but I could change the data source if I want to. All I have to do is just go here, click on any one of these tables or metrics, and change out the data source just by clicking on this icon here, okay, where it says edit data source. So I'm going to have the ability to make changes to any of the dimensions and metrics, or I can just get rid of that data source and choose a new data source. Now, in Data Studio, you have the option to change the layout. You have the option to change the theme, so you can go from a simple theme to, say, a simply dark theme. You could change any aspect of the report if you want to. So just know that anytime you click on any of the data points, you have the same options available. You have a chance to edit the data, or you have a chance to style it. So when we talk about styling, you can basically add labels, you can hide labels, you can compact the numbers, you can style it any way you want based on the particular table. And so that's the great thing about Data Studio, is really, really customized to what you need. So for example, here, what are the top countries by sessions? Well, I don't have to show legend if I don't want, so I'm just going to get rid of the legend. I can change the font. Okay, I can change the color scheme on it. I can go ahead and do a lot of different things here. So once I've made changes, after I view it, I'll be able to see those changes in full effect. Okay, so just know that in Data Studio, whatever report you're looking at that you have edit access to, you have the ability to make changes to anything in that report. Now, here you can see I see a lot of different data. Great. What I can actually do too is add a page. And so let's go ahead and click on add a page. And now we have 2 pages to our report. And now I have a blank canvas on page 2. So now what do I want to put on page 2? Well, the best practice to me is organizing your data. Okay, so just like in analytics, analytics organizes their data between audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. As a best practice, that's probably what I would do here. Maybe stick all your mobile on one page, or your acquisition on one page, or maybe your organic search on one page. Now, it's okay to have a summary page, just like we have on page 1, but if you're going to have multiple pages, then perhaps think about organizing it based on the multiple pages that you add. So here, let's go to page 2, blank canvas. So the great thing about Data Studio, again, it's just very easy to start populating. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click add a chart. Okay, what type of chart do I want to add? Well, in the spirit of visualization, you probably always want to choose something visual. Start with an easy pie chart here. I'm going to go ahead and select the pie chart, and I'm going to place it to where I want. Okay, no, I can go ahead and increase the size if I want to, make it smaller, make it bigger, etc. Voila, I have a pie chart. Now, if I want to edit this pie chart, again, I have my options available. I have my data and I have my style. So I know it's pulling from this data source here. Okay, I want to change my dimension. Dimension is what we're measuring. So let's just maybe change it to source. And maybe I want to go from page views to, let's just say, goal conversions. So I can just go ahead and start typing in the metric. And here I could see goal conversion rate. Let's choose that. Okay, now I can see source by goal conversion rate. Now, if I don't want source, let's change that back to default channel grouping. So now my dimension is default channel grouping by goal conversion rate. So now if I'm looking at my data, I can see that referral has a 51.8% goal conversion rate, followed up by organic search with 19.5%. Okay, so again, it's very easy to edit the data points on any chart. Now, if I want to style it, I'm just going to click on style here. I can go with a single color, dimension values. Okay, I can slice it up in different colors. I can choose a background color. I can add a border. Customization is really endless here. I can change it from 10 to say 12 slices if it's available. Maybe go down to the top 3. It's as easy as it gets. I mean, it really is fairly intuitive to use. You just got to learn what dimensions and metrics you want to use. Now, I have my pie chart. The great thing about Data Studio, just like PowerPoint, for example, I can go ahead and just copy this pie chart, Command C, then Command V, and voila, I now have a copy of it. Okay, well, maybe I don't want 2 pie charts, so let me go ahead and change one. So I can go ahead, my upper right here, and go from, say, a pie chart to, let's just say, a trend line, if it makes sense, or maybe a combo chart. So I have my sessions along with my goal conversion rate. Now I can again go ahead and change that. I don't want sessions, maybe I want, goal completions or something. So let's go ahead and add that in there, goal completions. So now I can see goal completions and then goal conversion rate by my default channel grouping. So again, I could style it. If I don't want red bars, I can go ahead and choose a different bar. Okay, it's really that simple. Now, if you find you're running out of real estate, okay, you can always scroll down and change the height. So if I change it from 1200 default to 1800 pixels, I can get more real estate to work with. Likewise on the width. So now I can make it really wide to work with. Now, when you make those changes to the page, you're probably going to see the same effect happen on page 1. In fact, you will. So back to page 2. Okay, so if we go to page 2 here, what we could do is go ahead and add more charts, or we can copy and paste existing charts and go ahead and change them up, okay, just by Command C and Command V. Now, what you want to do if you create more pages here is maybe add in your date range. So if I go click on my date range symbol here, I'm just going to drag and drop that, enlarge it a bit. Now I can make a default date range. I can say I want to show data for this month. So anytime somebody goes to the page, the data that shows is going to be for the month to date. Now, again, if you want to customize it, what you can do is you can just copy and paste. So Control C or Command C, go back to page 2, Command V. So this gives you the ability to just start customizing. Now, the one drawback to Data Studio being a little bit nitpicky is in PowerPoint, if you're copying from slide to slide, it tends to paste it in the same exact location. I know it sounds a little bit nitpicky, but in Data Studio, when you copy and paste something, it doesn't necessarily always paste it in the exact location. So I've noticed that being the issue, but it's a small issue nonetheless. So you have the ability to copy an existing report. You have the ability to go ahead and choose an existing template. And like I said, going back to Data Studio, you have the ability to just start with a blank canvas. So again, just walking you through the steps here, blank report, brand new canvas. I need to choose a data source. So you can see existing data sources. If you don't have existing data sources to choose from, you can always just click Create New Data Source. Okay, when you create new data source, you're going to choose from a list. If you're new to Data Studio, start with something easy like Google Analytics. If you choose Google Sheets, then great, you're going to be asked to look for data in Google Sheets. Likewise with Google Ads. If you choose Google Ads, you're going to have to choose a Google Ads account. So start easy. Start with Google Analytics. Okay, I'm going to choose Analytics. I'm going to choose my account, my property. I'm going to choose my view. I'm going to go ahead and connect. Because this is a new data source, I have the ability to go ahead and edit my existing dimensions and metrics if I want. I don't have to. Then I'm going to go ahead and click Add to Report. It's going to confirm the connection to the data source. Now I have my connection to my data source. I am free to start doing what I need to do to the report. Whether that be get somebody else involved immediately by sharing it with them, go ahead and start adding pages and organizing it, adding my date range, adding a logo. Adding a logo is simply just clicking on image, selecting my file where my image is. It's a best practice. Anytime you create a table, I would go ahead and put a text box above it, maybe put a title. So you could say channel, in this case, channel by conversion rate. Okay, so let's make that a little bit bigger. As a best practice, that's what I would do. Now, you're free to do whatever you want in Data Studio. The whole point of Data Studio is really to customize the report any way you want. And what I mean by customize is adding the dimensions and metrics that are important to you. And so Data Studio gives you the opportunity to copy an existing report, or again, you can use an existing template or start with a blank report. The options are all there for you. Data Studio is fairly easy to use. Again, you could share it. Okay, you can download it, you can schedule emails, you can send a link to people. Okay, there's really no limit to what you can do with Data Studio. Okay, again, you can rearrange things, add pages, organize them, add filters, add segments. I mean, basically anything you can do in analytics, you can do in Data Studio. A lot more features. My recommendation to get started, go ahead and choose that blank canvas and just start playing. Just start playing by adding charts. Okay, once you add charts, okay, the data is going to populate. And again, you're just then free to start playing around with dimensions and metrics. So that's the way to get started with Data Studio. Practice makes perfect. Once you get more comfortable, then you're going to have full-fledged reports to work from. Just like I use for my clients, there's no limit on what you can do and what you can see. And again, customization makes your report look good. Obviously, the data and improved data is going to make your report look good as well. So keep all those things in mind. Apply some of the best practices, but more importantly, play around, get comfortable, and then eventually you're going to start using Data Studio as your main source of data over Google Analytics.
Welcome to Foundations of Digital Analytics. My name is Stéphane Hamel. I'm a consultant, I'm a teacher, I'm a speaker, and I've been in the field for several years. So in this training, which is part of digital marketing, we're gonna look at what are the essential components and the essential knowledge that you should learn about being a good digital analyst. So we're not going to deep dive into how to use the tools, but we're going to learn a lot about what are the concepts, what are the essential elements of being a good digital analyst. So Stay along with me, and we're going to go through various sessions addressing each of the topics that are important in the field. Welcome to Introduction to Digital Analytics. So we're going to start with basic concepts supporting the role of the digital analyst. So imagine in the offline world, imagine you have a store where you are able to look at people walking on the street, looking at the window of your shop, and looking at what are the characteristics of those people. Why are some people coming in the store and some people not coming in? Why are how people interact in the store, what they are looking at, how they walk in the hallways, looking at different products, maybe picking something, looking at it and putting it back on the shelf, even putting stuff in their cart, and eventually abandoning the cart and not purchasing anything. So in the offline world, doing something like this would be, fairly difficult and expensive and would be time consuming. In the online world, we're lucky because we have a constant environment where we can watch, learn, and adjust and improve our business to better answer the needs of our customers. So this, in a way, is the essence of what is digital analytics, is to understand where people are coming from, what are their characteristics, what are they doing on our website, and whether it works for them and it works for us, because we want to have a successful business. So in the past, just as a side note, in the past we were talking about web analytics because it was very, very focused on websites and it was heavily geared toward marketing. And now we're talking about digital analytics. So we've broadened the scope. And when we talk about digital analytics, we talk about websites, of course, but we also talk about mobile application. We talk about the Internet of Things, where we can measure any type of device and collect data about whether it's working or it's not working. And we've broadened the scope from a business perspective because we're thinking about marketing, but we're also expanding to every business function. We're looking at sales, we're looking at customer support, we're even looking at HR because most websites have a way of contacting to apply for a job, for example. So we've broadened the scope from web analytics to digital analytics. So what do we want to learn? We want to have some very important understanding of what it is to be an analyst, what it is to do digital analytics. We want to understand what is the context of the business and how being creative is also an important part of the analyst role. We want to understand how we evolved from looking at simple reports up to today where the landscape is very complex, very rich, and there's virtually no limit to what we can do. So why digital analytics? So I just alluded to the physical store, but one of the elements is despite all of the experience that you might have, it is very useful, it is valuable, but it doesn't scale. So your experience is your own career path, and you can't easily tell other people, here's everything I've learned. So through digital analytics, we can more easily expand the capabilities of understanding how things are working. Assumptions. You can make an assumption, and it might be very, very valuable. It might be very plausible that, yes, I think doing this on the website would be better for our customers and better for our business. But until you actually test it, until you actually make the change, there's no way to be sure that's effectively better than the other alternative. So assumptions are good, but we want to go in at a pace where things are moving so quickly that we have to adapt and we have to evolve very quickly. And last is faith. Faith is, we can believe that something is so good. We can believe that the latest technology and the latest trend is so awesome. But at the same time, we have our own bias. we are biased in so many ways because of our experience, because of our culture, because of the previous jobs that we had in the past, and so many reasons. So through digital analytics, we remove, in a way, this bias that we have. So those are, three aspects of why you should go for digital analytics. Experience that doesn't scale, assumptions that can't be proven until you actually do it, and faith and bias that we have, that we want to put that aside and go with something that really works. So continuing on, why do we want to do digital analytics? In today's environment, we have a tremendous amount of data. Data is coming from everywhere. It's coming from your website. It's coming from your mobile application. It's coming from your own business systems like customer relationship management, CRM systems. It's coming from sales. It's coming from competitors. It's coming from all over the place. So the problem is not having a large amount of data, because we usually have more than we need, but we want to extract information out of it. Information is being able to understand the meaning of the data. But once we have information, what do we do with it? We want to transform it into knowledge. Knowledge is understanding the context of the data and the context of the information we have. So we know that, for example, if I have a piece of data that says 99.9, okay, that's a piece of data that I have, but what does it mean? Information might be that 99.9 is the percentage of successful transactions. So there's a little number of transactions that actually doesn't go through my systems. And there are errors and stuff. Knowledge might be that understanding that because I'm in a banking environment, 99.9 is actually below the threshold of acceptable transactions that I should process at every time. So in most environment, you will see targets of being able to process every transaction with a very, very little amount of error. So 99.95. So I'm just a little bit below my threshold. This is knowledge. I know because of the environment that I'm in, I know because of the target that I have that I need to do something. And wisdom is actually being able to act on that information. Now that I know, what can I do with it? I need to investigate. I need to find where the problem is. I need to be creative and find different alternatives to try to go from 99.9 success to my target of 99.95% of success. Okay? So going from data up to acting on the data. This is critical in the role the analyst is going to play. So if you don't want, sometimes we hear the term reporting monkey. Reporting monkey is pretty negative. It basically means that yes, you are able to extract the data. You might be able to turn it into information in the form of reports, but you don't bring the knowledge. So you don't want to be a reporting monkey, right? So, being a teacher and being in the field for so many years, I looked at how people define what is analytics. And, simply put, analytics is the science of analysis. Okay, what is analysis? Analysis it really relates to a science. It's how we break something complex into small parts, little chunks, so that we can understand how they work individually. And if we understand how they work individually, we can measure them and we can optimize them. So this is really what is analysis. Breaking something complex into smaller parts so that we can understand it and therefore we can optimize. So again, what is analytics? The science of analysis. That's a very simple definition, right? But after asking, fellow colleagues and other consultants and practitioners and a lot of people, basically, I realized that there were no good definition of what is analytics. So I decided to come up with a definition I think can hold water very easily. So I define analytics as being how an organization arrives at an optimal and realistic decision informed by data. Every single word is important here. How an organization might be a private company. It might be, publicly traded. It might be government, nonprofit. So it's an organization. So it applies to any type of environment. How you do something implies there's a process. There's a way to do it. There's some kind of recipe that you can follow to get to a success. The optimal and realistic is really important because it plays on the ability of the digital analyst to be creative, to find the balance between what would be the best solution if there were no constraints, if there were no limits to what I can do, no constraints of budgets, no constraints of politics maybe, no constraints of the legal and ethical environment, and I could do anything. So this would be the optimal. But realistically, there are a number of things that I need to consider. So I need to find a balance between what would be the best solution and what realistically I can do. And this also is key for the digital analyst because oftentimes analysts will make recommendations that don't go anywhere. And the reason for that, very often, the reason is simply that analysts are not able to make recommendations that are both optimal and realistic. So we need to find a balance. And informed decision implies action, and informed by data implies that we still leave room for the human brain to make a decision, to leverage their own expertise, experience, and other elements that come into play when you have to make a decision. So that's why we say it's informed. It's not automatically done with the data. Later on, we're going to talk about automations and stuff like that. Basically, what happens is we delegate that responsibility and we automate the process. But at the beginning, there's still an informed decision to do it, right? There are three essential elements that we need. I mentioned the banking environment, the financial environment. So we need to understand the context of the business. We need to have data, right? And on top of that, we need to be creative. So there's a lot of room for creativity in what we do. Being creative is the ability to go beyond the obvious. It's the ability to go beyond here's the top 10 things that you should do and go beyond that, be much better than that. Being creative is being able to do better than your competitor because it's easy to look at a competitor and say, oh, we're going to do the same. No, you don't want to do the same. You want to do better than that. So context, data, and creativity are the three important elements that will allow us to do our analytics. At the core of the analyst role, when you think of it, we are essentially change agents. We bring change to the organization. And that's why we make recommendations. We push for change. And sometimes, yes, it might be difficult. But again, going back to the definition of what is analytics, we need to balance the optimal and the realistic. So if we are good change agents, we're going to be able to make recommendations that get acted on, right? And being a change agent means that sometimes it won't work. It will take time. It will imply, facing, changes about status quo. We want things to change. We want to improve things. We want to take risks. If we don't take any risks, nothing is going to change. The big difference I've seen between an analyst and a manager is essentially that the analyst has a power of recommendation, but the manager has a power of decision. So in the future, we're going to see more managers who are more data savvy and data driven or data informed. And we're going to see that they have both the skills to be really leveraging data in all contexts of the business, but also make the decisions. In the analyst role, you make recommendation, but you typically don't make the decision, except in the scope of what you are responsible for. So, for example, if you are responsible to optimize AdWords campaigns on Google search, you've been delegated that responsibility, and you make the improvement, you make the measurement, and you make the decision to reallocate the budgets and optimize those campaigns, because that power of decision has been delegated to you. But typically, when we go beyond those boundaries, we have a power of recommendation, no power of decision. So, is it hard or easy? That has been a debate for the past 10 years. I would say, it's really easy to start. It's really affordable to start. There are free solutions that you can use and get going very easily. The key to make it easier is to work on the thing that you can manage, that you can control, and that you can influence. And we're going to talk more about those things. Manage, control, and influence. This is how you're going to keep your work interesting and easy. And in the next lesson, we're going to talk about the concept of maturity. So we're finding out what are our strengths and weaknesses, and based on that, develop a roadmap that will be optimal and realistic so that we can do better digital analytics. So in this lesson, we've looked at some very important aspects to get going. And we're going to deep dive into each of those aspects a little more in the upcoming lessons. We need context, we need data, and we need to be creative. We need to understand how we can break something complex into smaller parts so that we can understand it and we can optimize it. We need to understand also that we went from web analytics, web focus, and marketing centric to digital analytics, where we can leverage any data we have and we can basically optimize any aspect of the business given we understand the context and we can leverage the data. We also want to emphasize the importance of working, especially when you're starting in the field. Work on the things that you can control, manage, and influence. And lastly, doing a maturity assessment will allow you to identify your strengths and weaknesses and develop a roadmap that will work for you over the next 6 months, year, and then repeat the process of assessing your maturity and adjusting the roadmap accordingly. In the past, web analytics, and not digital analytics, but web analytics was defined as the measurement, collection, analysis, and reporting of internet data for the purpose of understanding and optimizing web usage. So as we saw in the first lesson, it's important to go beyond this restrictive definition of what is web analytics and embrace digital analytics. There are still components of data collection, measurement, analysis, reporting, and visualization. But the difference is that we're not web-centric, we're not marketing-centric. We want to use the right data in the right context to inform business decisions. So today the role of a digital analyst is quite different. We are change agents, as I mentioned, because we know how to make sense of the data. We want to bring it to life and be able to convey an understanding of what is possible. So by breaking something complex into smaller parts, again, we can also understand the constraints and what is possible given the specifics of your organizational environment. So in this lesson, we're going to learn about the digital analytics maturity model, which is a concept that I've created years and years ago as a way to assess your organization's strengths and weaknesses, your capabilities over various key areas of maturity. So this is how we're going to look at people, process, and technology, but with a broader understanding of what are the factors that will help you succeed in digital analytics. So there are a couple of famous guidelines, I would say, and one of them came from Avinash Kaushik a number of years ago. It's called the 10-90 rule. what it stated was that if you have only $100 to spend on digital analytics, $10 should be spent on the tools and $90 should be spent on the people using those tools. And, be it 10/90 or 20/80, the concept is that people are more important than the tools. And the great thing is, in this course, you are developing your skills as an analyst. You're going to be able to apply that regardless of the tool. So your value in the market is going to increase. So analysts are, we can extract data from the tools. There are tools that will spit out a number of interesting data and interesting reports. But without an analyst to really understand what is going on, you won't be able to provide valuable insight, things that the business will care about. So not just data. Data is easy to get. At a certain point, information is relatively easy to get also. But you need to go beyond that. You need to understand the business. You need to be able to provide actionable insight. Another example of a guideline, again put forth by Avinash Kaushik, is the 20/80 rule about the work of an analyst. So ideally, we would like to spend a very little amount of time doing just reporting, because reporting is typically available out of the box from a tool, and frankly, anyone can go in a tool, look at the numbers, and make up their own mind. The analyst brings a lot more value because of the unique skills of the analyst to be able to bring context to the data. The sad reality, and it's true in digital analytics, it's true in business intelligence and other fields, we spend a lot of time getting the data ready and very little time doing real analysis work. So maybe it looks more like this, where you do some reporting, but you should also spend time looking at the various acquisition strategies, looking at understanding customer experience, looking at staying plugged into the context, understanding the business, the evolution of the business. But it could also be understanding the evolution of our industry, the digital analytics industry, and knowing that there are new tools and concepts out there that could be useful for your analysis. Exploring new strategic options to influence the business. And of course, you need some breaks and lunch in those times. So maybe the part missing here is the sad reality that you could have another circle that would go around this one, that would be about getting the proper tags on the site to collect the right information, also transforming and preparing all of that data so you can actually do analysis. So what are some of the mistakes that we see most often when it comes to digital analytics? One of those is failing to understand the issue of integration, the data collection itself, the tagging, as we call it, or integrating data from the website with other data source. It takes a lot of time. It is complex. Failing to realize the limits of unstructured data, or we could even just say fail to realize the limits of data in the first place. The different tools have different ways of collecting the data. They have different meanings. So you could even end up with two metrics that are very similar but somewhat different, because one comes from a social media source, the other one comes from a different tool, and you try to match those numbers and they simply don't match. A third mistake is to assume that correlation has any meaning to explain something, and it's easy to find correlation where there's actually no relationship, no meaning. It's easy to fall into some kind of self-fulfilling prophecy where we seek the data that will justify or satisfy our hypothesis instead of the other way around. And then underestimating the labor skills needed. We often get told that such and such tool are going to make the job super easy and anyone can do it and so on. But it's not always true. Yes, some tools can make our job easier, but certainly not easy. And as the tools get better, the expectation, the complexity of what we have to work with is increasing faster. So there's always a lot of demand in the market for people with the right talent to leverage data. The team and expertise, of course, is super important. It's not about knowing how to use a specific tool, but it's about being smart, being intelligent, being able to exercise judgment, and be able to apply those skills in the way that you're going to analyze data. So the team and expertise is quickly represented by the way the skills are structured within the organization. So how does the organization structure its data and analytics resource and team? So maybe there's no dedicated resources. Maybe there's a project team, again, is a challenge because the project is eventually going to end, and those people assigned to the project are going to go back to their business doing something else. Or maybe it's just a part-time analyst, and that's a challenge because the field of expertise is so complex that working on your own part-time is very difficult. So it's getting better when you have a full-time analyst, a distributed team, so different skill sets, but reporting to different managers. While at level 4, you have a multidisciplinary team of people working for the same single manager. And at level 5, you've reached a point where your business stakeholders, your users, are empowered. They know how to get to the information they need, and they understand what it means, and they can make decisions on their own. Area number 4 is by far the weakest spot. So there's some benchmark data about the digital analytics maturity levels of different organizations. And by far, it's always the weakest spot. So we want to be able to have a methodology in place, a process in place, so that when we do something, we know the recipe. So compare that to a cookbook. You can follow the cookbook, but it won't make you a master chef. Here, we want to be able to do is to identify problems and opportunities, develop hypotheses, analyze, and provide insights. If you don't have any methodology, every time you have to do an analysis, you start from scratch. You don't know how to do it. Maybe over time you've defined your own way. So first time you do an analysis of your campaign performance on Google search, maybe it's a little bit more difficult, but over time you know that, oh, if I have to do it again, this is how I do it. It's good, but the problem is if you go on vacation or if you leave the organization, that knowledge is lost. Maybe as a team, as a group of people working together, maybe you have defined your own methodology. Again, it's not bad. Every time someone new comes to the team, you have to train them. There's a learning curve. While at level 3, if you use a proven methodology, and in this course, I'm going to show you one proven methodology that can be used to do analytics. The benefit is there are probably training, books, resources that you can leverage, even courses that you're going to be able, when you hire someone, to say knowledge of such and such methodology is a criteria for this job. At number 4, you are agile, but for online tasks. For example, it is very likely that your website has been developed with agile development concepts in mind. But how is it that once the website is live, we want to do analysis and we don't use an agile methodology to do our analysis? That doesn't make sense. But the rest of the organization maybe is not as agile as the web environment or the digital environment. So that's why at level 5, the whole organization is agile, be it for offline or online processes. So there's quick evolution, quick adaptation of the environment and how to leverage that. It's important to note that agile doesn't necessarily mean agile development as in developing websites. There's important aspect of agile management, which is a philosophy of management. So the agile methodology that we're going to use is called Lean Six Sigma, and it has a couple of easy to understand improvement steps that we can go through. It's the benefit of Lean Six Sigma. It's a well-defined set of practice aiming at eliminating defects. So it used a lot of segmentation of data, slicing and dicing of the data, looking at it in different ways, if you like. It is perfect as a continuous improvement process when the environment is changing and evolving quickly.
but it also has in its mindset the fact that it's a collaborative team effort that will lead to success. So let's look at what are the DMAIC improvement cycle. So we start with define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So the DMAIC acronym is define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So we're going to be able to look into the details of each of those steps. But briefly, what we mean here is you start by defining what is the problem you're trying to solve. What is the opportunity you're trying to capture? What data is available? And if it's not available, how will I collect it? Analyze, we want to find correlations and patterns in the data in order to understand what's going on. And in the improve phase, we want to be creative in order to provide recommendations that are both meaningful, relevant, appropriate, given the context. And control is once we've done those changes, we want to make sure that we've actually achieved a sustainable improvement. We want to come back to it and make sure that, yes, indeed, we improved the outcomes. So the goal here is you might have seen information in the past about Six Sigma, and there are caveats. There are ways of using Six Sigma in different ways, and they have different training levels. You can be a green belt or a black belt, a bit like in karate, but the precepts or the concepts of Six Sigma are pretty simple. It has the user in mind all the time. You want to deliver consistent quality. It is data-driven. You want to increase velocity, and velocity is improving the speed at which you deliver value to the organization. So imagine that through the DMAIC cycle, imagine that you reduce the time between the moment you find a problem on your website, a problem in the user experience, you find that problem, and you reduce the time between the moment you find the problem and the moment you solve the problem. You've just increased velocity. You're providing additional value faster to the organization. Six Sigma or Lean Six Sigma also provides a lot of tools and a good framework to get going quickly, and it allows you to quantify the complexity of what's going on. So all of that readily apply to our environment. So it's really fascinating to see that Lean Six Sigma or Six Sigma was developed maybe 20 years ago and apply in an environment for manufacturing. But we can readily leverage this expertise that was developed over time and apply it in our field, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The last dimension is the tools, technology, and data integration. And interestingly enough, this is probably the one that has the least influence on your ability to be successful with analytics. So we have this great saying, do not put your faith in what statistics say until you have carefully considered what they do not say. So I don't mind which tool you are using or how big your big data is. That's not what is really important. You can have a lot of insight with small data and simple tools. It's all a matter of balancing all the aspects of your digital analytics practice. So the questions are, it's not about which tool you are using, it's about this level of sophistication in the way you are using those tools. So maybe you don't have a tool, that would be the lowest level. Maybe you have out-of-the-box solution like Clickstream Analytics, basic instrumentation, basic implementation of Google Analytics, for example. At level 2, you have defined clear outcomes, KPIs, and dashboards. Level 3, you are using segmentation. You are applying merchandising concepts. If you are an e-commerce website, you do A/B testing, campaign optimization. You have defined personas, KPI alerts. So all of that, maybe if you are not familiar with that terminology, those are all things that we're going to cover during the course. At level 4, you use multiplicity, so multiple data sources in order to gain a better understanding of what's going on. You might be merging different marketing data sources, doing multivariate testing, behavioral targeting. That would be an indication of greater maturity. And at level 5, you use CRM data and data about your customer with marketing. You might be doing predictive analytics and evaluating the lifetime value of your customers. So this requires a more sophisticated understanding of digital analytics or analytics concepts. There was a global organization in the gaming industry. They decided to group their 20 stakeholders, including analysts, managers, and business stakeholders, and do an internal mini conference where everyone would be presenting a little something on what they are working on. So what we did is we did a maturity assessment individually. So we asked everyone to fill out a survey. For those who are managing analytics, their perception was that everything was pretty well advanced, pretty high level of maturity, pretty well balanced, except the expertise. And they recognized that they were trying to hire more people in the team, and that's why their expertise was lacking a little bit. So very strong, very good level. When we look at who is responsible, so those are typically the analysts themselves, the picture was quite different. The picture was that most of the aspects were low. Interestingly enough, expertise was at the same level. Process was pretty high and technology was very high, but governance and objectives were very, very low compared to the perception of the managers. So right there, we see that there's a big disconnect between the perception of capabilities from one group, the managers, to the other, the people who are actually doing the analysis. And technology isn't an issue. It's actually higher than what the manager felt because the analysts were saying, we've got all the tools we need. That's not an issue. And process was also fairly high. But then this came out. Those informed people are their business stakeholders. And they are typically the product managers of the games. One of the comments was really, really clear. It said something like, I get all those great reports and they are very interesting and I get recommendations, but I don't understand how they got there. Therefore, I don't really trust it. So we see just through this simple maturity assessment involving different stakeholders, we see that the perception of capabilities was very different. So what is the solution to a scenario like this? The solution was for the managers to sit down with their analysts and really explain, this is why what you do is so important. This is how it's going to be used. This is how the stakeholders are going to be making decisions based on your data, based on the information and the insight you provide, and based on the recommendations you provide. This was a great way to engage the conversation and then decide what is the action plan that we want to do in order to identify what is the expertise they need. Do they need to hire someone new, junior or senior? Do they need maybe someone external just for a short time and hire a consultant and so on? Maybe what they needed actually is not someone new. Maybe what they needed is training in a specific area so that they become more efficient. So again, the solution to that was not a technical solution. It was just about communication and change management. So do they need more training? Maybe yes, maybe no. What kind of skills they should develop, and should they hire someone with those skills already or just train people about those skills? Do they need temporary help or someone that will be onboarded full time? What can they do to educate and engage their stakeholders so that they have a greater trust in the data, in the information, recommendations, and so on? So let's see how we have 3 different areas of skills that we need to understand in order to be successful as an analyst. The first one is the business outcomes and actions. The second aspect is the enabling capabilities, and the third one is analysis. So let's look at each of those aspects. So it starts with a strategy and some goals that are communicated as business requirements and objectives to people who understand the technological capabilities and constraints of the various technologies that you're using. If you're building a website, it's different from building a mobile application. It's different from doing advertising on social media and so on. So those are the unique characteristics of the technologies that you are using. those people tend to have a good understanding of the information architecture, what are the functional components on your website, how to do tagging, and what is the structure and what data is available. So those are more technical skills. But what they do is they make it possible, they enable you to have the means, the tools, and the data so that someone with more of a statistical background, problem-solving approach, someone who's able to synthesize a lot of information, a lot of data into something meaningful and communicate effectively back to the stakeholder and communicate actionable insight and recommendations. So when you think of it, think about you. Think about what is your strength. In which area are you the strongest? Is it on business side? Is it on the more enabling technology side of things? Is it more in statistics and effective communication and things like that? So typically, every one of us, we have one strength, one very strong area. We have an area that we can manage. We're okay with that. We can get along with it. And the third one usually is something that either we're not interested or we're not skilled at doing. So this reinforces the importance of working as a team, finding other people who will be able to augment your ability to have an empowered analytics team and deliver more value to the organization. If you are a consultant often do implementation of digital analytics solutions. So they are in the enabling capabilities area, and their client usually know a lot more about the business than they do, which is perfectly fine. So right there, it applies also to a consultant versus client relationship, where the consultant is there to augment the capabilities in some of those areas, but certainly not replace all of them. As a reinforcement of the fact that analysts are change agents, there's really one big difference between an analyst and a manager. The analyst has the privilege of making recommendation, but typically no power of decision. Imagine that you are the manager and the analyst comes with the recommendation you've made. Would you say yes to that? If as the analyst, you wouldn't say yes to your own recommendation, it's obviously not a good one. You need to go back to the drawing board. What are the qualities of a good digital analytics leader? You have to have a breadth of understanding. You have to be able to translate business requirements into creative, useful, meaningful solutions. A good analyst is someone who asks questions. They don't go with the obvious. They want to go beyond that. They have an ability to understand what are the needs of their stakeholders and propose the right solutions. But they also need to have a depth of knowledge. They need to have some specialist area, be it technical skills or be it a depth of understanding into a specific business like automotive industry. So you have different knowledge in different business disciplines are going to be very important. So think of the depth and breadth of knowledge. So the ability to operate across different disciplines is going to be important. So are you someone who understands statistics, or are you someone who understands statistics for the automotive industry, for example? That's different. So breadth versus depth of knowledge. But obviously, again, you won't be able to master everything. So depth of knowledge versus breadth of understanding. And here in this course, we want to expand your breadth of understanding of the concepts of digital analytics so that you're going to be able to apply those concepts in the specific vertical industry with the specific tools. So that will be the depth of knowledge. So focus is another aspect. You need to be able to make abstraction of what is irrelevant and focus on what is really meaningful for your analysis. Sometimes we see that in analysis where it's going a little bit all over the place and eventually come up with a conclusion that is not really well tied to the analysis process that just went on. You are detail oriented oftentimes. Motivation is what really excites you about analytics. In one way, we can consider that, for example, everybody knows how to use Excel to do spreadsheets about anything. You can be an expert at using Excel and build absolutely amazing spreadsheets. Or you could be someone who knows about budgeting and create a simple budget in Excel. So you don't have to be an expert at the tool in order to leverage it. So which way are you? Is it more the thrill of leveraging a technical tool to do something absolutely amazing? Or is it using the tool for simplifying your work from a business standpoint? So you can look at what excites you about analytics. What do you think is going to be the next big thing in this industry? Sometimes you don't have to do analytics all the time. You have to understand the concepts so that if you need, you're going to be able to find the right resources to help you out. So there's some useful tools that you can leverage. The Digital Analytics Association has, for its members only, it has a tool that allows you to do an assessment of your professional career and provides you with some guidelines on how to improve. So just the fact that you're taking this course is already a very good indication of your desire and ability to expand your horizon and learn more about digital analytics. So keep going. A couple of key takeaways. Success depends greatly on the digital maturity of your organization, but also of your own skills. You want to identify and find what are your strengths and weaknesses. You want to balance the various areas of success, and you want to reap the maximum benefits before you try to move on to the next level. The framework of the digital analytics maturity model will help you communicate or spark a conversation. I think if there's one key element you need to remember, and we'll get back to that, is the define, measure, analyze, improve, control cycle. This is going to be very useful. And it's preferable to do small incremental improvement with using agile concepts rather than trying to change big things and take big risks that can easily fail. Your own skills and the team structure, if you remember the T-shaped breadth and depth aspect, I think is going to guide you in what are your interests and what skills you want to develop over time.
Hi, this is Avinash, and welcome to the next edition of our web analytics videos. This one's on a topic that is near and dear to everyone's heart, and it's key performance indicators. I don't think that you can go very far in web analytics without hearing the name KPIs brandished about in all its excitement and glory. And yet, I think that for the most part, people are a bit confused about what KPIs are, how to select them, how to make them more actionable, what value do they add, and all of those other wonderful kinds of things. And so in this video, we're going to do two parts of this video, and it's going to be my attempt to start at the sort of the ground floor and explain from the very beginning what these things are, and how do you understand and study these animals called KPIs, and how can you avoid some of the pitfalls that that sort of befall many of the other people, and get your own web analytics journey off to a flying start. So this is going to be a lot of fun, and regardless of what role you have, regardless of whether you work on the SEO side of things or PPC, PR, online email marketing, or traditional website analysis, I really think that these two videos are going to be very important and relevant to pretty much any persona that touches your website. So I hope that you're going to have fun, and let's get going. The very first thing that I wanted to sort of cover is set a baseline for what a KPI is. And of course, when in doubt, there's only one place we can all go, and that's the great Wikipedia. So obviously, Wikipedia has a wonderful entry for key performance indicator, and their definition of KPI is actually a good one. And it states that KPIs are financial and non-financial metrics used to help an organization define and measure progress towards an organizational goal. So a bit high and mighty, and glorious perhaps, but nonetheless, nonetheless a really, really nice definition of what a KPI means. Again, regardless of what channel you apply to it and regardless of what persona is going to end up using it. And to me, I think that if we step back from the definition, I was joking with John Marshall that KPIs are like a heartbeat is a KPI that I can measure using a stethoscope, and I can put it against your heart and I can see if you're alive or dead. The beating of the heart is the KPI that indicates something very critical about your body. Another KPI is the temperature of your body that I could take using a thermometer, and in this case, the KPI gives a different sort of read, and it tells me if you're feeling well or you're running a temperature, and if you're running a temperature, how high is it, and do we need to just take an aspirin or call a fire brigade to put off your 10 temperature. Well, at that temperature you probably need other help, but regardless, so in its simplest terms, I encourage you to think of KPIs as those kinds of indicators that sometimes tell you something is drastically wrong in the case of the heartbeat, or at other times can help us understand some interesting things about the process that you're measuring. And of course, I had to sort of come up with my own definition, and to me, I hope that you'll agree that this is sort of a very simple, easy to understand metric and balances two very important things. And the definition is KPIs are measures that help you understand how you're doing against your objectives. And then really these two things are very important. There's two words at the end. The very first one is measures and the other one is objectives. And I really do believe that objectives are very critical to understand before you go on a KPI hunting mission. So keep that in mind. Measures that help you understand how you're doing against your objectives is exactly what I think KPIs are, key performance indicators. And let me give you a couple examples. Let's have some fun and understand a couple of KPIs that may not be top of your mind, and further sort of make this concept more concrete. And here's a great example. Of course, there's a KPI library on the web. Surprise, surprise. And then here's a really great KPI, percent of nosocomial infections. And the way that the KPI is defined, I think, is very much along the definition we've just proposed, and it is how many inpatients acquire infections inside the hospital. You see there, it's a measure very clearly defined and tied to an objective, which is that people coming into the hospital with no infections of any kind should not get infected once they're in the hospital. So absolutely a glorious, wonderful example of what a KPI is. And here's another one. We were doing a webinar, and of course, much to my delight, there were a number of KPIs that I could see in the dashboard that was presented right here. And the one that I thought was most beautiful and delightful was attentive, the percent of people who were on the webinar at that given moment in time, who were paying attention to what I was saying. So this is a very, very good metric. It's a clear measure tied to our objective that we're giving a webinar and everybody should be paying attention. It's a really wonderful metric. Again, another one that's not totally tied to our daily web jobs, but nonetheless makes the concept concrete. And let me give you a last example of a KPI. And a lot of people don't think about this when they're measuring websites, but I really love it. This is a KPI that's actually used by blinds.com. And Daniel, who's the CMO over there, shared this data with me. And his KPI is gross margin per visitor. So he really measures this hardcore for people who come visit his website. And over time, as you can see, over the course of 2 years, nearly 2 years, the KPI has gone up and to the right, again measuring the outcome, which is improving the gross margin for every single website visitor. Clearly defined KPI that Daniel is measuring, much to the success of blinds.com. So those are just 3 examples that hopefully help you make the definition more concrete. But let's actually, before we dive too deep into other examples of KPIs that you could use and you should be using for your web business, let me walk you through 4 distinct attributes of a great KPI before we get into too many examples. And this is sort of a test that I encourage you to apply every time you go out there and choose a KPI for your business. And the very first, very important, very critical one is, I think, great KPIs are uncomplex. And let me help you understand that. I run into things all the time where I saw this KPI engagement, quote unquote engagement KPI, and essentially had 7 variables. Some were multiplied, divided by the other ones, and some were to the power of something else. And at the end of these 6 or 7 variables, a number was spit out, and it was so complex that there's just no one except the creator of the KPI who could understand what it actually meant, or what the number that got spit out meant. But worse than that, the other problem with this KPI was that even if the number got spit out and you understood what the definition was, there's just no way on God's green earth they can understand which of those variables or what the root cause was of things happening well or not happening well. In fact, most of the time, some of the variables were up, the other were down, and the number that got spit out was essentially flat. So you could wrongly assume that everything was great with the business, when in reality that was not the case at all. So I strongly encourage you, when you pick KPIs, to make them uncomplex, because if you're the only person as the creator who understands what the KPI is, what definition is, what it's measuring, then it is highly unlikely in today's distributed complex organizations where we're trying to create data democracy that you'll succeed in your mission of making your company data driven and use that KPI. It is highly likely that complex KPIs essentially become auto deleted when you send them out, and nobody can understand or take action from them. So try not to be cute, at least initially, and create metrics that are uncomplex, because in the end what you're solving for is an organization to use the KPI to take action, and not just you yourself. So this is a great first test that you should apply. And the second one is KPI should be relevant. There is this belief today that best practices work for everyone. There even are books recommending KPI, saying, oh, here's a cookie cutter mechanism. If you are a seller of widgets, or you're a social network, or you're a blog, then here are the KPIs that you should use, and that's it, and you should not worry about anything. Don't hurt your pretty little brain, and just copy paste these, and happy birthday to you. And this really is not true in my experience. I find that KPIs are very unique to each business, and the objectives of each business. Remember our definition: measures is the first word, objectives is the last word. In fact, to me, Best Buy and Circuit City make a great case where essentially on the surface both of these businesses are exactly the same. They sell electronics, pretty much exactly the same electronics. Look at the top navigation bar, in fact, for both of these businesses, and there essentially could be a copy paste of each other. And yet, when you think about the objectives of what these businesses are solving for, they each have an extremely different business strategy online. Circuit City is heavily into getting people to come to their stores. Look at the free shipping on orders 25 and up, and choose 24-minute in-store pickup. And there's nothing about sort of store pickup right there in the header. So Circuit City's core strategy is drive people to the store. Best Buy's core strategy, let's get people to buy online. And yes, we do have an option to pick in store, but that's not really the core strategy. So go back and try and understand what you're solving for in your business. And it's okay to take inspiration from others, but if you simply copy paste metrics, then it is highly likely that they might not be relevant to you, and you won't be able to make as much progress in your business as you could possibly want to have happen. So remember that KPIs should be relevant to your business. The third one is that the third awesome rule is they should be timely. Very important. I was doing a job interview with a company a couple of years ago, and I asked them, how come your performance in the last quarter was actually spectacular? You made a ton of money. And what they said to me is, yes, we would like to understand that. We've just executed the query that will help us understand what's happening with that metric, increased revenue, and that query will return its results in 2 months. I'm not even joking. Admittedly, this is a big business, but if the answer to your KPI takes 2 months to find, it's highly unlikely that you would be able to take action that you need. Remember, the moves at a pace of light, and it's very important that the metrics you create, at least most of them, not all of them, but most of them are available in a timely fashion. So if you want to make decisions on a weekly basis, then creating KPIs that take a week to collect is highly unlikely that you would have time left over to find insights and take action. So remember to apply the test that KPIs should be available to you, be able to be computed and available to you in a timely fashion and in time enough so that you can then look at the KPI and then further spend some time understanding, analyzing, segmenting it so you can take action on it. So timeliness is very important. The last rule is they should be instantly useful. And this rule is because I've seen so many KPIs. They just want to make me cry because it takes like 10 minutes to explain what they are, and there's really no way that we can make everyone understand what the numbers are showing, and they're not really instantly useful. And here's a great example of what I mean by instantly useful. This is a report from ClickTracks, one of my favorite tools. And as soon as you look at this report, it's not a data puke of the top keywords that are driving traffic to my website. What it is showing me are the keywords that are statistically more significant now and are actually sending me more traffic over the time period I'm analyzing, or less traffic in the time period that I was analyzing. So as soon as I look at this report, immediately I can take some action. And this is really what I recommend that your KPIs be. On your dashboard, your senior decision makers should be able to look at your core KPIs. And just by looking at the numbers, whether up or down or flat, they should be able to sort of understand at least some semblance of what kind of success is being driven from those KPIs or lack thereof. So look for KPIs that are instantly useful rather than KPIs that show up on a dashboard and it takes you 2.5 years to understand if what trends were or in order to make them more useful. So that's another important rule that I have. So let me give you an example of a KPI that sort of meets all 4 of these rules. And my hope is that as you go about your own business, you'll apply these rules to the KPIs that you have. So to close this video, I want to walk you through some examples of what I think are great KPIs that I think have some universal appeal to most businesses that exist out there. But what I also want to do in this part is actually encourage you to think beyond your standard clickstream stuff. If you've seen the other videos or read my blog or book or anything that you've read in Market Motive, I'm sure that you'll know that I'm a big fan of Web Analytics 2.0 concept and this idea of using multiple sources. And I think this is a big mistake people, analysts and marketers make on the web, where we don't use multiple sources to create KPIs. So let's get going and let me seed some ideas in your mind that you can build on. And of course, the most obvious KPI in the world, in the universe, is conversion rate. And it's highly likely that it is relevant for your business. And then, traditionally what we think of conversion rate is, e-commerce. What's my conversion rate? And that's the graph you see on the left here. It's 1.41% for this website. And then, am I making revenue? In this case, 5,000 euros. So very traditional metric, applies everywhere. So you measure conversion rate, look at the absolute value, and it's very, very useful. But the other thing I want to tell you quickly before we go to the next one is think of conversion rate as having many different kinds of outcomes that you could measure. It could be leads submitted. It could be something that was viewed on your website. It could be, of course, e-commerce for retailers. So think of conversion rate more broadly. But of course, for e-commerce websites, this is exactly what you want to measure. The next one is one that I think is a hidden KPI that I think that many people don't measure, which is called average order value. And this is a wonderful KPI. And in this particular e-commerce website, you can see the average order value is $345. And this is really a great KPI because it's great to know that you had 1.41 conversion rate, but over time, measuring average order value could tell you if you're much better able to sell products and services on your website, or if your merchandising and upselling and cross-selling and promotional efforts that you have are having the kind of impact on what people end up buying on your website. So remember, you could have a 1.42% conversion rate for months and months, and your average order value could consistently be going down the toilet or keep increasing. So another different way of understanding if, as with each visitor who places an order on your website, are you doing a great job of upselling, cross-selling, promotions, or helping people find the products and services they need. So I love this KPI, average order value, because it gives me another diagnostic measure for effectiveness of my website. And these are two of my favorite measures also on the e-commerce realm, but it could be used for non-e-commerce websites as well, and they are called days and visits to purchase. I'm sort of on the record as saying that most marketers and website experiences are created with this the concept of one night stands in their mind, where you just come to my website and buy right away in this session, and it's nobody sleeps on the first date, and that's really not how the web works either. People come to your website, explore it, have the dance, maybe go out for dinner with you and put something to the cart, and then go away, think some more, play hard to get, and maybe on the third time they actually buy something on your website. So days and visits to a purchase are a great KPI because they help you understand true customer behavior on your website. So in this case, on this website, you'll notice about 45% of the people buy on the first visit, but then the rest of the people actually buy on subsequent visits. In fact, about 4% of traffic buys after 9 to 14 visits. And so this is a great way to understand customer behavior on your website, but then also help you understand and segment your data so you can understand, okay, what kinds of people do buy in the first visit, what products are they buying, and what about these people who take multiple visits to go buy, what campaigns are driving them, what products do they buy, and why is it that they buy after many visits. So it gets you a great understanding of customer experience, but more than that, helps you evolve beyond the one night stand mindset that so many marketers unfortunately have on the web. And days to visits is the corollary of that. You could have 10 visits in one day, and this sort of frames it up as how many days does it take. And this data is actually for a travel website, actual data for a travel website, and there's nothing more toxic, in terms of nuclear decay than airline tickets. They become expensive with every passing minute. And yet on this travel website that sells airline tickets, only 60% of the people bought on the same day. In fact, almost 40% of the people, this big block of people at the bottom, actually bought between 8 days to 120 days later. That is astonishing. So these people made a known choice to pay a very expensive price for the ticket rather than buy it on the same day and save a ton of money. And it's very important that you understand, why do these people do this, and what destinations are they going to, and can I do something like help these people save their itineraries, or ping them and send them an email reminder that the price just went up another $10 so I can get them to come back sooner and buy from me. So these are great KPI that gives you a peek into the customer's mind and gives you a ton of actionable insight to improve your websites. I love these two metrics, days and visits to purchase. And here's a great place where I measured this particular metric. And in this case, I segmented by different kinds of acquisition strategy, pay-per-click, direct, as well as affiliates. And you'll notice that different people behave differently. So people who come under pay-per-click actually a lot of them take greater than three visits to buy, while my affiliate people, who I actually thought would need a lot more convincing to buy on my website, 64% of them buy on the first visit. And this is exactly what I meant by the power of this metric to give you a great peek into the customer's mind, and then go back and optimize your affiliate marketing campaigns. In this case, actually, because I did not think the affiliate marketing campaigns convert fast, my landing page did not have actually so right away add to cart buttons and things. And right after, as soon as I got this, boom, I put a lot of calls to action on that those landing pages. So excellent action on my website, right away improvement in conversion rates. So very good KPI. And two other KPIs, if your website is not e-commerce related, is loyalty and recency. So, for example, I use the New York Times website, and let's assume for a second it has no ads, or the BBC website, which also has no ads, and it's pure content website, no e-commerce of any sort, no lead submissions, nothing, just content. And in that case, I like measuring visitor loyalty, which is how frequently do people visit our website. And it's not just measuring average visits to in a month, and that's really a average metric that really lies and does not give you good data. Look at the distribution. Some KPIs you have to look distributions, and in this case I would go back to my CMO and say, look, 39% of the people came once to my website, even though in this case average visits to in a month were just 2, but there were about another 30-40% of the traffic right here at the very bottom that visited my content website between 9 and 200 times a month. So it's amazing, this bucket of really loyal people to my website. They're coming again and again and again every day. Actually, on the BBC website, this is me, I go there all day long, again and again, being a political junkie. And you can understand these, you can create a goal around this to say, month over month for our visitor loyalty distribution KPI, are we getting better or worse? So in this case, actually, we got slightly worse in July, because the number of people who only visited once went up from 61% to 64%. So that's a great way to measure success, by using metrics like visitor loyalty for non-e-commerce websites. And here's another one called visitor recency. So let's say you're running a social networking application where the only purpose of your application is so people friend each other and send applications and do super poke and other annoying things. Nonetheless, you don't have an e-commerce model yet, or any advertising model to speak of. How do you measure success of this particular business? Well, measure recency. Are you actually creating such a sticky and engaging websites that people come to it every single day? They can't wait to get to it. And in this case, what the metric and data shows is that 66% of the visitors to this particular social networking website actually visited it less than 0 days ago. And it's phenomenal, because they can just go back to their executives and say, look, our application is so sticky, so engaging. Microsoft, why don't you give us a $400 million investment for 1% stake in our company, because we are so awesome? Well, they can use this metric to do that, because indeed 66% of the traffic, these are the people who have nothing better to do than spend their life super poking other people and sending them applications. So phenomenally actionable KPI for a non-e-commerce business that helps you measure the health of the business and if they are successful in their strategy. So really wonderful metric. And the next one I wanted to share with you, it comes from a survey-based mechanism, and it's called task completion rate. And I'm a big fan of this metric, because on any average website, you probably have 2% conversion rate. What is everybody else doing? How do you measure success of the 98% of the people who are not converting on your website? And I really like this metric, task completion rate. And essentially, it helps you understand, get beyond your obsession of this thin blue line at the very bottom. That's your 2% conversion rate, and help you understand what's happening, this big red, the 98% of the people, and if your website has delivered any value to them. It's a great KPI measured using surveys. And essentially what it is the answer to the question, were you able to complete the task on our website? Whatever task you were there for, you could be there for e-commerce, submitting lead, donating money to our presidential candidate, read the latest news, download a bio, apply for a job, look at market motive videos, be convinced of our greatness. Doesn't really matter why you came to the website. Task completion rate gives the power of the customer. So when they leave, the power to the customer. So when they leave the website at the end of the visit, we can show them a short survey and say, why were you here? That helps us understand primary purpose. And the second question is, were you able to complete your task? So in this case, if I was running this website, I know that 74% of the people were able to complete their task. Then my job is to figure out what the other 26% were doing and why they were not able to complete the task. So this is a great way to measure success of every single person who's on your website. And I mentioned in my past market motive videos that I've teamed up with iPerceptions to create this survey for free, that anybody in the world can use totally free. And on exit, when people exit your website, it shows the survey and helps you measure task completion rate across different primary purposes. And it's a very, very actionable metric, because rather than you and me, John and Michael and I, sitting around arguing about what should we fix next on the Market Motive website, we can simply take the content of this survey, the answers from our questions, when they tell us what tasks they're not able to complete, and use that as an input to improve our website. So we're not only solving for our egos inside the company, but we're solving for our customers who are on our website. So really great way to measure task completion rate using this free survey, and in turn improving customer satisfaction, because if you were able to complete your task, your satisfaction in this piece of data is 77. But if you were not able to complete your task, your satisfaction dropped dramatically, and you can help influence and improve that. And the FORQ survey will help you understand why people are coming. Here are the reasons in the blue, and what each of those people's task completion rate is, so you can identify things you should be fixing. So in this case, clearly the people who were not able to complete their task, a bunch of them were there to buy, and only 39 were able to complete their task, which essentially is a crime against humanity, because this is an e-commerce website and everybody should be able to buy who is there to buy. So boom, right away you understand why conversion rate is 0.00001%. Yeah? Real actionable insights. And I believe this is the last example. I wanted to take you out of your website and help you understand your performance in context of your competitors. And my last KPI uses competitive intelligence in order to understand your performance. And I love this metric called share of search. And it's essentially like what traditional marketers have been using, and they tend to call it share of shelf. So when I'm in Walmart or I'm at Procter & Gamble brand manager, I really want to know what my share of shelf is for Pantene shampoo in Walmart and Target and all these other kinds of stores. Well, why not create such a metric for the ultimate shelf in the world, which is a search engine essentially? Google, Microsoft, Yahoo, that dominate acquisition strategies for most websites, and to how much share of that shelf do I have when people are looking for me. And you can use competitive intelligence tools to understand that. So in this case, I can say, okay, what are the top key websites that send me traffic? How much share do I have of search traffic? So for Singular from Google, Yahoo, Microsoft, all these other engines, and in the case of Singular, it's 9.33% traffic. They have share of traffic from Google, while Verizon, it's actually 10.6% from Google. So Verizon gets a lot more traffic from Google than does Singular. So in this context, Singular, would cry a little bit, because every percent of difference here on this report is hundreds and thousands of searchers. So really a Singular can create this KPI and track it. Not only track it as a point in time, which is what you're seeing on your screen, but actually measure trends over time. And in this case, you'll notice Verizon is the blue line and Singular is the orange line. And for some reason, Singular has been on the right path over months and months. So their 9% traffic from Google is great because they keep increasing over time. While if you look at Verizon, they have started to make big mistakes and started to literally drop off the radar in this case for the last few months. A very, very troubling development if I was Verizon, and if I was Singular. This KPI share of search would immediately get me a big bonus from my boss. So this is a great way to measure success by using a metric that's available externally. And as to give you another example of Google Insights for search, I wanted to see how much brand impact I'm having, how much share of searches top of mind I am in terms of my customers when I look for laptops. So I said, I like ThinkPads a lot. I have an X61, which I'm very, very fond of. And I wanted to know if how ThinkPad, the brand, is doing over the last few years compared to Latitude, which is the brand of Dell, MacBook Air, which is the brand of Apple, of course, and Vio, which is the brand of Sony, and try to use this KPI, which is the search, the number of queries at a search engine, to measure if my brand dollars being spent online and offline are causing people to look for my laptop, my brand of laptop. And unfortunately, what it turns out is both Dell and ThinkPad have been going down over time, and that's precipitously in some case, and that's sort of very, very sad. And what it shows is MacBook Air, when it launched, boom, ton of people, ton of interest, totally beat the heck out of both Latitude and ThinkPad, and yet now it's sort of Mr. Steve Jobs is coming down to earth a little bit more over the last few months. But notice the green line. That's the Sony Vaio, and they've done a marvelous job of having a nice upward slope over the last 4 years and consistently doing the kinds of things that are required to stay top of mind in customers and have lots and lots of search queries be generated and create demand for their product. So again, a great KPI if I were Sony Vaio's brand manager, to show value that my ad dollars are creating in the general ecosystem. While everybody else is going down, I am going up. So another wonderful KPI that you can create from competitive intelligence data.
Why do you need to do web analytics if you're doing anything on the web? For the longest amount of time, we have made very faith-based decisions when it comes to our marketing, our customer service, our advertising, and other kinds of activities that companies do. And a lot of it was dictated by the fact that we didn't actually have access to a lot of data. It was very difficult to get data. But one of the coolest things about the web is that you actually have access to near infinite amounts of data, usually not for a lot. And so one of the reasons that you want to use web analytics for is that the simple act of adding a tag to your website allows you to have access to an enormous amount of consumer behavior when it comes to your digital existence. That means that you get a really deep understanding of what is working, what is not working, what do consumers like, what don't they like, where do they come from, where do they not come from, and other kinds of things, and it allows your company to make very smart decisions. For example, if somebody walks into a Chevy dealership here in Santa Cruz, you probably have very little idea about what caused that person to come to the Chevy dealership. But if somebody lands on Chevy.com, on the other hand, they bring with them a lot of trace of what caused them to come and engage with you. For example, they might have searched on Google for a particular keyword, and now you have access to that insight. Or they might have come in response to a television commercial that you ran and visited your website, and you have access to that. So a lot of this is a really great way to understand effectiveness of how you spend your money, which in turn helps you do very smart things when it comes to your consumers. Not only that, but it also opens the mind of your organization much wider. Maybe you believe that the only thing you can do on the Chevy website is give information that drives people to the dealer. But in reality, people who will engage with you online are going to be there not only to go figure out where the nearest dealer is, but they could be existing customers looking for help, or it could be car enthusiasts who want to customize their cars and trick them out, just play around and configure a car they might want to buy 6-9 months from now. Or they might just be people who want to understand a lot more about Chevrolet's philanthropic efforts. And at the moment, all of these things are very difficult to be met in an offline world, but with online you can. And that's where web analytics plays a really key role, helping understand why people come to your website. Once they are there, what is it that they do? And at the end of it, do they leave happy? And did you make money? Both of those questions get answered very quickly. So now that you're very excited about web analytics, let me formally define what web analytics actually is. And in my books, the way that I have defined web analytics is it's the analysis of qualitative and quantitative data about your website and your competition to drive continuous improvement about your digital presence, your customer needs and prospects, which translates into great and fabulous desired outcomes, both online and offline for your business. And that's more of a formal definition of web analytics. And let me sort of cover a couple of these pieces that are really, really important. And the very first one is very often web analytics is mistakenly believed to be just the art of logging into Google Analytics or Adobe, Web Trends, or IBM and analyzing all the quantitative data you have related to the clicks. And that is indeed a big component of what analytics is all about, but it's also about answering the question about why people do what they do. And that's where sort of qualitative analysis around surveys and usability tests and those things come into equation. One of the cool things about the web is not only can you analyze your own performance, we can actually analyze how your competitors are doing, which is very, very cool. There are paid tools that you can use. There are free tools you can use. But if you're competing with somebody on the web, you can actually go get their data, and you can go understand how they are successful or not, and learn lessons from what they are doing, and go figure out how to change your strategy in turn. It's also very important to understand that you can serve the needs of people who want to buy from you right away or donate money from you right away, but also people who are in the process of just considering. And that's the difference between kind of people who are very close to becoming customers versus people who are going to be prospects, and it's going to take them a while to get converted. And the last thing, of course, is all about understanding that web analytics does not simply affect what you do on the web on mobile phones, tablets, or desktop and laptops, but actually what happens to your offline existence. If you have a call center, that will be included in web analytics. If you have an actual supermarket, store, or dealership, those things would be included. So web analytics at its holistic level is the art and science of qualitative, quantitative analysis of your data and your competition's data in order to drive improvements to the consumer experience online and to drive business outcomes online and offline. And that's what makes it so very exciting.
In this particular video, I want to cover the incredible opportunity that exists in using data online in solving key business problems, as well as outline for you some of the more specific things that you can do once you do start using web analytics, and sort of aspirationally all of the other more wonderful things that are over the horizon that you'll be able to take advantage of once you start creating a truly data-driven business. Now, why would you want to do web analytics? A lot of people ask me this question, and honestly, it surprises me, because if you're not wanting, deeply, profoundly desiring to be data-driven, then really there is no honest way to survive in the world that we live in today, as all different channels come together and online continues to dominate growth for companies and growth for nonprofits, as a matter of fact. But let me crystallize why you should invest in web analytics in a very simple way. When you take out an ad in a magazine and try and measure its success, in this case an ad for Chevy Malibu, all of the measures for success are interpretive or proxy driven. For example, you take out an ad in the Time magazine, and the best proxy you have for measuring success is the number of subscribers the magazine has. You have absolutely no idea how many people might have opened the magazine, how many people might have bothered to even see your gorgeous little ad, and much less you would know how many people then went to a dealership and might have purchased the product that you're selling in this magazine ad. But if you think about it, when you take out that exact same ad, in this case on Google or Yahoo or Microsoft or AOL or any other property in the world, the ad that shows up right here at the very top does not require you to use your faith to measure success. You can use data to measure success, because you can measure exactly how many people saw the ad, you can measure how many people clicked on the ad, how many people interacted with the ad, and finally, if people do come to your website as a result of this ad, you're able to measure how many people customized a car, set up an appointment at the dealership, downloaded a brochure, and all of the outcomes that are available for that single ad that you took. So the measurement of success, rather than being interpretive and proxy driven, is direct, it is specific, and it is scalable. And I cannot think of a better, more powerful and profound reason for you to use web analytics than that it moves you away from making business decisions based on faith and what you believe in, to shifting to using data and bringing a massive amount of accountability to the processes that you're executing for your business. It behooves us to cover the definition of web analytics. So when we say web analytics, what do you mean? And in writing my second book, I had created this definition. And the definition quite simply says, web analytics is the analysis of qualitative and quantitative data from your website and the competition to drive continual improvement of the online experience of your customers and prospects, which translates into desired outcomes online and offline. And let me just highlight a couple of different different things in this definition. The very first thing that is important for all of us to realize is that we're talking about qualitative as well as quantitative data. Most of the time when people think about web analytics, they think about all the clicks that we collect on the website. And while that continues to be one of the larger sources of data we analyze, web analytics is also surveys and lab usability testing and follow me homes and the various other methodologies we can use to understand why people behave the way they do on our website. It also includes analyzing your competition. One of the most amazing things about the web is how much data you have access to for all of your competition. For any given website in the world, you can use tools like Compete and Trends for Websites and others to try and understand how many people went to my competitor's website, how long did they stay, and what did they do, so that you can learn from the analysis of data for your competitor and improve your business. Also, it's about improving things every single day, not opening tools once in a while and trying to see if you can find something to change, but actually improving things every single day in small bits. And we're going to cover this in this video. And finally, it's about both online and offline. While the name web, the word web exists in the name web analytics is very much about understanding the offline impact of all of the online activities that you do on your store, on the phone center, on sort of other existence you have, like a call center you might have offline. But it also means that web analytics is great at understanding the online impact of your offline activities, such as television campaigns and radio and magazine ads and etc. etc. So it's important to realize that web analytics is not simply about analyzing the clicks of people who come to your website, but it's a much more expansive view of qualitative and quantitative competitive data in order to improve your online existence. Some people also think that it's really, really hard to get going. And I think this is one of the biggest wrong beliefs that people have. If I want to start by tracking a website, in this case, let's say my blog, Occam's Razor, all I have to do is go to a web analytics tool. I could start with a free tool called Google Analytics or a free tool called Yahoo's Web Analytics, both really wonderful tools. I would simply open an account. I would copy this code from this website, from the Google Analytics or Yahoo Analytics website. Literally, I copy this few lines of code. I go back to my website. I open the footer file of my website. As you can see clearly, it's in this case, I'm using a PHP-driven website, footer.php. I paste the code into this file that I have on my website. There you go. Now you can see those exact lines of code pasted into this file, and boom, I sing happy birthday. Right? 75% of the data that you will need in order to make decisions using clickstream tools can be gotten just by doing these 3 simple steps on your website. And it gorgeous data flows in. And you might perhaps be thinking, well, what can I get for a few lines of code, right? Just a few reports? No, that's the surprise. Here are all of the reports that you can get from this particular tool, Google Analytics in this case, and I'm going to hide with little bit transparently white all the data you won't get if you do what I just said. And notice the massive amounts of data you can get about visits and locations and languages and mobile traffic and page views and sources and keywords and search engines and goals and everything you can get. So I hope that I've answered the question, web analytics and why, right? Web first, analytics second, why third? You want to do web analytics because it increases accountability for the efforts you're going to put on the web. You want to do web analytics because it lowers risk and enables you to fail faster than anybody else so that you win at a greater magnitude than was ever possible. And you should do web analytics because it is one of the most powerful business drivers that will lead to a long-term success for your business. I have yet to meet a single business that is going to win on the web without having a well-defined web analytics process and strategy.
And with that, we have come to the end of this video on Web Analytics full course. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions about the topics covered in this video, Please ask away in the comment section below. Our team will help you solve your queries. Thanks for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.